Okay. I'm on my phone right now, so I can't see super well. But I will switch over to my computer as soon as I can. All right. Well, welcome. This is the Residential Energy Code Tech meeting for June 20th. The way we're going to try and do this morning is we have a bunch of R406 proposals that change the structure of the code a bit and change the way the R406 is written in some ways. Later, probably the next meeting, we'll go through specific R406 credits. So my hope is in the first 60 to 90 minutes, we can go through the first section, R406 energy equalization, which is kind of how we deal with the equalization table. We've discussed almost all of these before.
Recording in progress.
Okay, I don't know what you all saw, but I was editing. I'm having some issues here.
Yeah, Kelly, your audio is like echoing.
Yeah, so I tried to join the meeting a bunch of times and it denied me every single time, but all of a sudden it joined the same meeting 4 times for me.
It's better now. We can hear you.
So thank you. Okay, so the idea was the first 60 to 90 minutes, we'd go through the energy equalization options, and we've discussed almost all of them before, so I hope we don't need to discuss them in great detail again. And then choose among them. There might be a mishmash of them, but in general, there's discrete options within there. Then the next 60 to 90 minutes, we'd focus on the credit requirements and home size, of which there's another 6 types of proposals that we could look at. And with that one, I'm guessing we won't come to a resolution today, and we'll probably have to form a work group, but ideally we could choose a direction and then have a work group work on that. Then we have a bunch of other proposals that we probably will get to and can consider after that. Are there any questions about the overall structure of the day? Okay, that's the agenda as I've suggested it. Let's see who's here today.
Jill Anderson.
I'm here.
Julie Blazek.
Here.
Alexis Suggs said she was unavailable today. Kim Barker said she was unavailable today. Nate Geller.
Here.
Dwayne Johnlin.
Here.
Jason Gowrie.
Here, I do need to leave at 11, and Jonah is here as well.
Okay. Jonah Kinchy.
He's right. I'm here.
Albert Rooks. And Albert was one of the people who joined via Teams. I don't see him on this one again yet. Joel Ward. Gavin Tenold.
This is John Lang standing in for Gavin today.
Okay. Greg Davenport.
Here.
Shailesh Desai.
Present.
Irina Rasputnis.
Here.
Brian Russo. Kevin Duell indicated he was not available today. Elizabeth Torsky. Poppy Storm.
Here. And I will be out from approximately 11:15 to noon, and my alternate will be on the line.
Okay. Patrick Hanks.
Here.
Wade Craig.
Here till about noon.
Okay. Larry Andrews,
Present.
Rick Blumenthal,
Here till about 11.
Ann Anderson,
Here.
Tom Balderson, Tom, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Okay, gotcha. Michael Brazgala said he was unavailable today. Sharon Nillis,
Here.
Luke Howard,
Present.
Nick Manning, Greg Johnson,
Present.
Michael Beanland, Deepa Savarajan,
Here, I'll be out from around 9:30 to 10:30, but my alternate will be here.
and Johnny Coker.
Here.
So we do have a quorum today.
All right. Thank you, Krista, and thanks everybody for being here. We have an agenda in front of us, a proposed agenda. Does anybody want to make a motion on it? Go ahead, Greg.
So I was wanting to suggest that proposal 15, Dave Balon's, could we move that for consideration at the same time as mine 005? Because I believe they address some of the same subject matter.
Sure, that sounds good.
Okay, with that, I'll move to, with that change, I'll motion to accept the agenda.
Second. Oh, wait a minute. I can't second.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Okay, all in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Motion passes. We now have an agenda. We don't have meeting minutes to review, so we will get straight to the proposals. And my hope is we'll do a refresher on each of the proposals, including the ones we've covered before. 017 will be new to the tag. I believe we've covered some of the others before. So go ahead, Johnny, with 017.
Yeah, thanks, Chell. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep.
Great. So this kind of moves the energy equalization credits, which currently exist as a separate table, and puts them in as credits into the main energy efficiency table. I think it just would help simplify the code by not having credit requirements or credit measures in two different sections of the code. And that is the main thing that it does. If you see here, it shows adding those measures in 1 through 4 there.
So it doesn't change the stringency of anything.
No.
Is it any wording tweaks as well, or is it just simply putting the fuel normalization into the credit table?
It'd just be a copy paste.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Greg.
I was just going to note there is a error in the charging language on credit 3. It says only one option, items 3.1 through 3.5, and then 3.7 through 3.14. That way I read that is it seems like you're only able to get 1 credit overall. I think your intent was 1 credit on each subgroup. So you'd have to change the wording to be after 3.5 and plus 1 option from 3.7 to 314.
That's correct.
So yeah, there's a little error there. And then one note, I mean, just personal preference. I think the prior ones easier to navigate. Maybe it's because we've had it and it's existing, but I don't see this. I see this as a little more confusing. Dave Balon did have some suggestions for how to modify the language in R406.2, and changing language there, which if there's a concern with the references to carbon emissions and that not being correct, we could take Dave Balon's, which we'll consider shortly, to fix that issue with the 406.2 if we wanted to keep it.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion is, yeah, and I think that's the intent is you can choose 3.1 through 3.5 plus one other option in there. Actually, you have to take one of the options in there. Because if you do 3.2, you'd have to take the negative credit for R2. Nobody would want to select a negative option otherwise. Go ahead, Patrick.
Thank you. I'm going to speak, I guess, a little more generally to 406.2 as a whole. This proposal, I think, I see it as more of a side grade than an upgrade per se. I don't know how much it clarifies the code, but I think there's very real, legitimate concern that this 406.2 increases the legal risk of preempting or conflicting with EPCA. And how I would say that is that EPCA necessitates treating similar covered products to similar covered products. So comparing furnaces to furnaces, heat pumps to heat pumps.
Where is that, Patrick? The council spent a lot of time on EPCA, and there was nothing that we uncovered or that we were advised about that suggests that the fuels need to be compared against their own fuels. In fact, well,
I said products.
Where is that in EPCA?
It's the subsection F goes through the 7-part test for preemption. I have a link to it in, sorry, let me pull up my proposal. 030. So 42 US code subsection 6297, and then subsection F goes through the 7-part test. And I appreciate Jonah reaching out to Henry Odom at Ecotope, trying to get some of the background information on when this was first done. I'm not seeing where the baseline is, and what I'm worried about is that we're either comparing heat pumps to furnaces, or we're comparing furnaces to heat pumps, that there's some sort of cross comparison here as for the baseline. And then in effect, we're counting systems twice. Any credits that we should have should be based on the product that you're picking, and it should just be one option. Whereas here, what this does clarify is that you're going through, and if you pick a heat pump or a furnace, you're basically you're double counting the credits. And I'm not seeing how that directly relates one-to-one to the actual energy use, and then what the baseline is. If it was very clear that it was comparing heat pumps to heat pumps, and it's on a one-to-one basis, and the credits are counted once, I'd be very confident that would comply with EPCA. But I think there's a lot of uncertainty and legal risk and conflicting with EPCA, with it not being clear what the baseline is, if it's focusing strictly on one-to-one use for covered products and not comparing two different covered products category, which under EPCA, heat pumps and furnaces are two different categories. So that's my concern with this section. I want us to make a code that reduces I think there will probably always be some sort of legal risk. You can't get to zero, but but I want to get as low as we possibly can so that we don't jeopardize holding up the entire code cycle or having uncertainty if there's a legal challenge and what the code would be by having unnecessary legal risk. And I feel like we can get to our efficiency goals without risking EPCA challenges. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. And just to be clear, the current code is basically the same language, but just in a different location. And the council went through a lengthy process and voted for it as a de-risked under EPCA version. So I guess obviously there's legal risk to anything one does, no matter what. But since the council went through a lengthy process of that generated this language, not in this proposal, but the language is being moved in this proposal, I guess I don't see how the idea that saying that there's a new or a new legal risk that the council hasn't considered in moving this language from one piece to another. The way I've read EPCA, it says you have to have a baseline, and the baseline has to be the minimum efficiency of a covered product, but it doesn't say you need to have a different baseline for every type of equipment, as far as I could read. So I'll have to reread that and see where you're coming to that conclusion.
Just to be clear, I'm saying that the current code has legal risk, and I guess I disagree with the council that it's completely de-risked. And EPCA does say that you need the baseline. You have to compare the product categories to each other, and there's certain limitations on that.
Okay, I'll look that up, and I encourage other TAG members to look that up. From what I remember, the proposal that generated the 2021 code, which is what we're kind of looking at, was submitted, and the baseline was the EPCA minimum gas furnace, and all other equipment is compared to that on an efficiency basis, meaning if a certain number of BTU are used by the gas furnace and a heat pump uses half or a third of the number of equivalent energy units, then the heat pump would get credits for that. Likewise, if a gas heat pump uses a lot less energy than the baseline EPCA minimum gas furnace, then that would get credit for it. And my understanding is it was calculated pretty diligently on a one-to-one energy use basis, but there is a common baseline, which is the gas furnace, which is, I think, your suggestion is that the gas should be compared to gas and electricity to electricity. And that's not the way this is done currently. Okay, and the specific proposal moves language from one place to another. So it's not whether it's a good idea to move language or not is kind of, one of the big probably questions about this proposal. Go ahead, Shane.
And I'll speak to that question. So for the proposal, I don't hate the concept of everything being in one table, but I think that making such a change now isn't necessary and probably would lead to more confusion. People are familiar with the other with the two tables. Again, from the get-go, if it had been all combined to one, I think it could have been fine. But I think making that change now would not be of a good benefit. So I'd be against it.
Okay, thanks, Shane. Go ahead, Larry.
Could I have Krista scroll up to table R 406.2 right at the top at the beginning? So my question is, why are we scratching all of this stuff out? I mean, these are all credits. And so why are we scratching all the credits out? And then when we talk about baseline, I sent to Krista the new heat pump efficiencies from a brand of heat pumps. And I would like, hopefully, Krista to bring that up. So I think we're doing stuff that we shouldn't be, because when you analyze the data from what the heat pumps that we looked at in your area over there, Shell, the single stage heat pump is actually more efficient than the variable speed heat pump in your area. And so I don't think it's right that we're not looking at what the data is telling us. And if Krista could bring those pages up, would be very helpful. So you can see the co-op of the different heat pumps and what they are. And so this one here, this is the variable speed drive heat pump. And if you look at the temperatures, if you could go down to the yellow highlighted area. Okay, so you need to do it. So if you look at your co-op temperature, what you're getting for your payback on these, this is a variable speed unit, okay? And until we get down to below zero, the single speed heat pump is actually more efficient. So can you bring up the other one, Krista? The I think it's a 16, SL16. Maybe go down further. So, oh, I think you went past. Well, right there, right there. So if you look at your efficiency tables there, the single speed heat pump is actually got a better co-op, except for extreme cold, which you guys don't have over there.
It's down to 20 for like 25, maybe for a week, a year,
right,
or 5 days a year or something.
So if you let's take 20, I took 30. So the single speed is at a 2.95. Now let's go back up and look at this at the variable speed at 30. At 30, see, it's not as efficient. It's the co-op is not as efficient, okay, especially in your area over there. And this all has to do with the new refrigerant that we've been mandated. That I want to tell you, it's three times.
That's ecology, right? Ecology is the one that tells us refrigerants.
Yeah, that's ecology that mandated, and then our state mandated it too. Okay. Anyway, and I want to let you know it's 3 times the cost of the prior refrigerant right now, if you could even buy it, because there's a massive shortage of it. Okay. But so what I'm saying here is we're not given the right credit for the right thing. Okay. And just because it says variable speed doesn't mean that it's more efficient. It costs more. It's between those two pieces of equipment, one is $7,000 more than the other. Okay.
So Larry, just to be specific to the proposal, you're saying the system types are not correctly giving credit, or
yeah, that's what I'm saying, Shell. I don't think we're given the right credit for where credit's given. Okay, because this is very clear and these table, all of this documentation is produced so you can meet energy requirements. So it's all well documented here. Then I want to bring up one more thing. Okay, and I sent this to Chris.
Are you suggesting, Larry, that there's a different number of credits or a different efficiency for the system types?
I think we need to really take a hard look at what we're given credits for, because just because we say variable speed doesn't mean it's as efficient. So like this particular one, if you're using a ducted system, we should be giving the standard single stage heat pump more credit than the variable speed. And and the reason why is because it does produce better and it should get the credit. Okay, so I think we need
you're
to be
about credits. I just want to help the tag understand what you're talking about. You're talking about a credit 3.10, 3.10, and 3.11.
so
because
all of those credits that have to do
there's
with,
only 3.10 and 3.11 are the only ones
right,
that have anything
right,
to do with variable.
right, right. And so, but
Okay,
what I'm
we'll
what I'm
get to those credits later. If we're talking about just the
it's
table.
all in the 406 table here, though, what we're talking about.
Discussion
Okay.
to the proposal.
Yeah, there's proposals about the actual credits themselves. Right now, we're talking about the 3.1 through 3.5 here, or the C406.2
Okay.
table.
And then I want to make one more thing
406.
added here is I sent it to Krista about 2066. The state has taken the position now, since BIAW has taken it to the Supreme Court, that 2066 is the law. And I put documentation in here from the spokesman review paper. If you look in the second part of this, in this statement down here, that the AG says that this is the law. And so it is the law. 2066 is the law until the Supreme Court or the appellate court sides against it. And it's very clear. And so 2066 is in effect. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. I have not heard from staff or the Attorney General's office that
It's
in effect.
it's stated right there that this is what he said. The AG. Okay. It's very clear.
I'm reading the article right now. Go ahead, Ann.
All right. Thank you, Larry. I'm going to look into that. That's great. I'm going to talk against this motion, kind of in agreement with Shane. As a code user, I think we've got this code figured out. The way it flows makes sense. You first go to the first table with you pick out your primary heating system, and then you tackle the next table. So since it's not changing anything, I think it's best if we just left it as is. I think changing things would just add more confusion. Thanks.
Thanks, Ann. Go ahead, Johnny.
I don't think I have anything substantive to that. I think I'll just say I think this change is helpful because it might make things difficult for like one cycle for people who got used to the 2022 code, 2021 code, sorry. But that it will make things easier in the future once people get used to it, since it'll all be in one place. Thank you.
Thanks, Johnny. Go ahead, Ken.
Hi there. I just want to make a comment. The difference between 3.1 and 3.3, if you read those two together, 3.1 lists supplementary heat and 3.3 does not. So my recommendation would be to add a note to 3.3 that states that that heat pump system does not have supplementary heat, whether it's electric resistance or gas furnace installed. I work with builders and HVAC contractors on a daily basis, and that is very confusing to interpret. You have to read 3.1 to understand what you cannot do in 3.3.
I appreciate that, and I think the Building Code Council has an opinion on that. And we're considering the next two proposals. We're considering do look at that language.
Okay, awesome.
Or
thank you.
Making it clear that supplementary heat is in 3.1, but not in 3.3, or they do something like that. We'll consider that in a moment.
Great. And just one other comment about Larry's comparing and contrasting single stage to a variable speed or variable capacity heat pump. Those COPs or co-ops, as they were referenced, please understand that those are at maximum speed. So a single stage unit is on and off 100% capacity. And the comparison to that variable speed Lennox heat pump was also at 100% capacity. So inherently at max speed, that is not the true performance of a variable speed heat pump. That should be modulating and reduced capacity at higher ambient temperatures. Just want to make that note for the group here.
Thanks, Ken. That's helpful. And I think we've also heard from others that the single speed would cycle on and off more often than the variable speed, and that
Correct.
might cause maintenance issues or something like that. Okay,
Thank you.
thanks, Ken. Ken, go ahead, Poppy.
Yeah, this proposal doesn't really remove the equalization table. It just takes the contents and moves it into the main credit table. So I think that there's some level of simplicity there, but I'm not sure that that outweighs the added complexity of then trying to figure out the difference between those primary systems and the additional efficiency that you get from more efficient versions of those systems. So I'm not sure that the slight reduction in complexity of having that other table outweighs the potential confusion and the need for this added language to then try to differentiate between this first group of credits versus the subsequent group of credits. That is pretty clear in the way that it is set up now. So I'm just not sure if we're benefiting a lot from this change, and it is veering from something that people are used to doing now. And if there are reasons why this would be beneficial in the future, as Johnny mentioned, I'd be interested in what those are. But as it stands, I feel like David Balon's proposal 015 deals with any kind of remaining issues we have with language around the equalization table, and it might make sense to just keep those tables separate.
Thanks, Poppy. Go ahead, Deepa.
Yeah, thanks. I don't want to get too bogged down in 2066, and I promise we'll be quick, but just wanted to clarify for the rest of the tag that the Attorney General is stating his opinion on why the state is appealing is not a legal judgment. The legal judgments come from the courts. And I think if we want to understand this better, it would be great to have the Assistant Attorney General come and share with us what the current status is of the law.
Thanks, Deepa. Go ahead, Shailesh.
I think if we stay close to ICC format, then that will be beneficial for future code revision, etc. Thank you.
Thanks, Shailesh. Okay, I see no more hands. I feel like we've discussed this. We understand it as a tag. I'd like to go to a couple of the other proposals, unless somebody, well, I'd like to go to the couple of the other proposals because some of these cover similar subjects, the structure of the table.
So without voting on this one, we just look at them all first?
Yeah, basically, let's look at the 05, 015, 021.
Can we, for the sake of time, can we just vote on this one? Because this doesn't change, this just moves things. It doesn't change the requirements. And so
we could, you'd be well within your rights to make a motion at this point.
Okay, I'll move to disapprove just for the reason that it doesn't change anything. I think it's going to create more confusion. And if it's better to move it in the future code cycle, I think it's better to do it at that time. So for those reasons, I move to disapprove.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to disapprove and we have a second. I see no more hands up.
Do we have discussion?
Yeah, if somebody wants to raise their hand or discuss. Go ahead, Albert.
My hand raising gesture is not available in this menu. I might have to log out and join back in. I'd just like to give this option, this proposal, an option to go into a work group.
We've done that with other proposals, so that's not the the motion is to disapprove it, but you could make a motion to table it and put it into a work group if you wanted.
Okay.
If that's the route you wanted, I mean, that's a superseding motion if you wanted to do that.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to table it and put it into a work group and volunteer to be involved in that work group.
Okay, we have a motion to table. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to table in a second. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no.
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 Okay, let's do a roll call vote. The motion is to table this proposal. So a yes vote is to table it and form a work group. A no vote would be to go back to the main motion.
Albert says yes.
Chris is going to call out everybody's names.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Julie Blazik,
I'll say yes.
Nate Geller,
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Abstain.
Jason Garu,
No.
Albert Rooks I have as a yes. John Lang,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
No.
Irina Respetness,
Abstain.
Elizabeth Torsky,
No.
Poppy Storm,
Abstain.
Wade Craig,
No.
Rick Blumenthal,
No.
Tom Balderston,
Yes.
Shane Nillis,
No.
Luke Howard,
Abstain.
Greg Johnson,
Abstain.
Deepa Savarjan,
Yes.
motion fails 5-7 with 5 abstentions.
Motion fails. We're back to the main motion, which is to disapprove this. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, motion passes. This is disapproved. And if you are wondering, I don't ask for abstentions because an abstention is, according to Robert's rules, simply a non-vote. So you don't need to ask for that. You are welcome to vote that, but I don't need to ask for that when I'm asking for a voice vote.
Appreciate
Okay,
the
we are
process.
off to two parallel proposals, which are 005 and 015. So Greg, you have the floor for 005.
Yeah. So I'll wait for that to be pulled up so you can see. So all 005 does is, as was pointed out earlier, system type 2 is the exact same as system type 4, with the difference being one has supplemental heat and one does not. And so this just says you can have supplemental heat on type 4. And then also because now that 2 and 4 are redundant, we strike system type 2 because we don't really need it anymore. And then we also clarify that you can add supplemental heat with system type 5. And this is similar to what Dave Balon did, but Dave Balon had noted that in the one that we'll look at. Sure. I'll wait for that. Dave Balon had listed that supplemental heat was allowed by electric resistance only. So that was what he was allowing. But and the reason for allowing supplemental heat and not having it as a consideration is because I don't know if people realize, but Republic Washington in our state, it has got the coldest point in the lower 48 states on record. It has a recorded temperature of negative 69.7 degrees Fahrenheit. That happened in the 1950s, but it's commonly cold, and we commonly hit double-digit negatives in that area at some point in the winter. And so if you look at cold weather heat pumps, they're great products, but even cold weather heat pumps can't provide heat at that low. And so really, I mean, really the reason why you have supplemental heat is because it's the point where you either can't get capacity, or it's the point where you don't have your efficiencies drop into the gutter, and that you're actually it's not worthwhile to run your heat pump. So this doesn't do anything about doesn't discourage heat pumps. I mean, we want to encourage heat pumps. We keep the credits for heat pumps the same. It's just saying if someone were to need supplemental heat, then they don't get penalized for having supplemental heat. They don't lose 1.5 credits. And so that's all this does. And I think it's pretty, on the commercial code, we went through and we highlighted that it was important to have supplemental heat, and we removed all supplemental heat from consideration. So other than just allowing supplemental heat without penalty, this doesn't change anything.
A couple questions for you, Greg. Thanks. Your proposal's on the right, just so everybody knows. So you're striking out system type 2 and adding a note about supplemental heat for system types 4 and 5. So I believe the difference between system type 2 and 4 previously, there's a bunch of I can't mute anybody today, but normally I can mute people. So please police yourselves for whether you're unmuted. The difference between 2 and 4 used to be that you were allowed supplemental heating below for system type 2, but system type 4 you were not allowed supplemental heating, and that was a difference between the credit numbers, why you got 1.5 for one and 3 for another. Greg, what's your thoughts on why system type 4 gets 3 credits with supplemental heat, and system type 2 is just gone?
Well, we have a restriction already in the, I should clarify, supplemental heat is not just something you can turn on willy-nilly. We already looked at that last week. We have the 35 degrees is where supplemental heat is allowed to turn on. And this proposal is to relook at that temperature set point, but supplemental heat's only allowed to be used when you get down to really the colder temperatures, or your system doesn't have capacity. And also, I mean, I did put in like as a backup also, I noted in there too. So like, let's say if your unit fails and you don't have any heat, but beyond that, supplemental heat doesn't use. So there's a failed presupposition in here that your heat pump is more efficient than supplemental heat at all temperatures, and that's not true. So I mean, the efficiency of a heat pump varies by temperature. So when you're in the moderate 47 degrees where they often put it, your heat pump is more efficient. But when you drop down to the colder temperatures, your heat pump gets it starts approaching, and in some cases gets worse than electric resistive heat. It kind of varies by unit and how they've designed them by quite a bit. I mean, a lot of times they're still better than electric resistive, but sometimes they're worse. And then
the documents that Larry showed, didn't they suggest that the heat pumps were still in the 2.0 coefficient of performance range in the 0 degree Fahrenheit area?
Not when you get to the really cold temperatures, and then they just shut off producing heat altogether.
But I mean, the tables that he showed, or that Krista showed that he had sent, suggested that heat pumps were, 2 COP or 1.8 COP, even 0, 9, -5, -10 is what I saw on the tables. Are you saying that that's not true, or that I'm misinterpreting it?
Well, I didn't only glance at his tables. I mean, I've studied tables for other units. It varies by model and where the cutoff point is, but a lot of times it's less than 2 when you're getting to colder temperatures. So I mean, that table for that one shows 2. There's something off on this. Why would your efficiency increase at -20 versus -15? Does not make sense. So there's something error right there.
Okay. All right. Well, let's get back to it. But my specific question was about, so you're saying that the 3 credits is probably very reasonable for heat pump system, even with supplemental heating, for system type 4. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, and here's the one important concept to understand. So right now, today, and for the next probably number of decades, I mean, yes, we're going to CETA, but lifespan of these units, there's 20 years if you're lucky, less. So we have a lot of our heat, especially in the wintertime when it's really cold, comes from natural gas.
We're using site energy.
We are using site energy, but it's important to recognize for carbon emissions is
Okay.
it takes 3
We've
times
had
as
this
much.
discussion before, Greg, and we have it
So
often.
I'm not arguing to change anything for site versus source energy. But it's important to understand the carbon emissions will increase if you force people on electric over gas in the wintertime. In the summertime, that's different. In the springtime, it's different. And I'm not arguing over site versus source for changing anything. It's important to understand that the efficiency of converting gas to electricity is 33% efficient roughly. So you're burning 3 times as much. So you have to get over a COP of 3 in order to make lowest carbon emissions.
Yeah, well, we're transitioning with CETA, and system types last longer than the systems themselves. So, if a system type is installed in the house, you'll probably get a similar system type when it's replaced. Okay, I think we understand. Do we understand your proposal then?
Yeah, it's just to say we're not going to include supplemental heat in consideration or not. We're either going to add points or subtract points for supplemental heat.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Greg. Go ahead, Jonah.
We talked about this a little bit last time, and it's really a semantics thing that probably should be corrected in the code. But the reason that there's system type 2 and system type 4 is that they're actually whole house systems that are different, and the points you get for them reflect that. So in system type 2, when they're talking about supplemental heat, it's not the backup heat when temperatures drop. It's that part of the house is not heated by the heat pump and heated by either electric resistance or a furnace. So for example, a house that has 70% of the house with a mini split heat pump and the bedrooms need electric resistance heat in it because the heat pump doesn't reach there. So
that's system type 5.
No, system type 2 is if you have most of your house heated by a heat pump and some electric resistance in some of the house, but less than half of it, you get less efficiency in the house because it's not totally heated by the heat pump. Whereas system type 4 is an entire house heated by a heat pump. The backup heat at colder temperatures, regardless, exists there, but it's a more efficient system to heat the house entirely by the heat pump than by part of it with a heat pump and some with another source. And then system 5 is actually a situation in which a house is mostly heated on electric resistance zonal, but there is one zone in the house that's heated by a heat pump. And so that's less efficient, again, than the whole house heat pump, more efficient than the house that's half and half or whatever with heat pump and electric resistance. So that's why those 3 gradients happen there. And the numbers reflect pretty accurately what I would think is the efficiency changes there. And I admit it gets confusing because supplemental heat is both of those things. It is both the backup at cold weather or used to describe a situation where part of the house needs a heat that isn't supplied by the heat pump.
Okay. Thanks, Jonah. That's a good refresher on that.
Well, I'd be open to rewriting. So if intent, what Jonah described is not what I read for 2, but if you want to rewrite number 2 to describe what Jonah said it was, and then just say supplemental heat is allowed, I'd be open to that. We could keep 2 and
Greg
change 2.
Davenport, we're getting a lot of noise from you.
So I'd be totally open to including, Jonah, what you described, rewriting 2 to say what you described. You know what I mean? If that's confusing, that's not what I read in 2, but we could rewrite that.
Thanks, Greg. Go ahead, Greg Davenport.
Morning, everybody. This is a really important issue. The first thing that I think everybody needs to be clear about is cold climate heat pumps. The good ones will easily deliver enough heat below 0 Fahrenheit. Actually, cold climate heat pumps go down to about -15. And there are very few parts of Washington where design temps are 0 or below. Second thing here is supplemental has been an area of significant confusion in the last code. There have been a couple clarification requests that have been issued by SBCC, and I still don't think they are perfect. I hope we can improve that in this code cycle. Third point here is system type 2 is heat pump with supplemental. System type 4 is heat pump without supplemental. The critical issue here when designing with a cold climate heat pump is where you're setting the cutoff temperature for that supplemental. So I think it's really important that we maintain both system type 2 and type 4 so we can make that distinction. Supplemental heat is a major energy user. And if we get the cold climate heat pumps set properly at design temp and designed properly, there's a lot of energy savings there. So I think we should stick with the current scheme.
Okay, thanks, Greg. So you're speaking against this proposal. I guess, Greg Davenport, when you see the system type 2, do you read that as a supplemental includes like electric resistance somewhere else in the house as well?
No. Footnote A or system type 5 is a separate issue. This is strictly central heat pumps designed to provide all of the heating and cooling for the home. There's a big difference between with and without supplemental in that system and what the strip heat lockout is set at.
Okay, so there's some confusion even within TAG members about what system type 2 is and what supplemental heat is. So I think that's ripe for clarification in this cycle. Greg has offered to potentially rewrite system type 2 to include what we think. I think that's a good offer. And I'd like to maybe risk saying that that's a good idea and could save us a lot of time in testifying on it today and then eventually tabling it and rewriting it. So I'm going to suggest that maybe that's a preferred option based on what I've heard. If everybody with their hand up could speak for a minute or two about that idea and about the Greg specific proposal, then maybe we could table it and form a work group or do something else. Go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, I'm for this being worked on more, because I agree on the concept. The that distinction between what's supplemental and everything. I mean, I think if you look at existing footnote B, that kind of is where the indicator and that it only applied to system type 2 before. So to me, that's supplemental and it had intended backup, but I absolutely support that getting sorted out better. And that's why, like I said, the concept of assuring that you can utilize backup systems without being penalized, I think that would be a huge improvement and something that is a major issue, particularly in the colder parts of the state. Additional things I kind of want to point out, with the whole language about controls to make sure that it's only used when the primary heating is not available. I don't know how you do that with a mini split system. So I have no idea how you tie that in. And then also I would think that system type 5, if it's going to allow combustion heating in other zones, which I don't have a problem with, but I believe that then system type 5 needs to be split into two, because I don't think it'd be appropriate for the credits to be equal in both cases. So it may be more like a 1.5 or something for if the other zones are combustion heated with you know, basically a federal baseline standard. So there's my feedback.
Thanks, Shane. Go ahead, Poppy.
Yeah, I'd like to speak against this proposal. I think that there's just some confusion around systems that have built-in auxiliary heat, like an electric heat pump that has the electric resistance backup built in versus actual supplemental heat outside of that unit. And these credit amounts were based on modeling for those different types of systems. So it's not really appropriate for us to just kind of move sentences around and decide that supplemental gas heating should be allowed and credited somehow at the same amount as this original system type 4. These were modeled based on, I mean, these credits are based on the modeling. So I think there is likely an issue with system type 2, which is corrected in David Balon's proposal on the left, where electric resistance is actually deleted. That was likely an error in the language there. This was intended to be relevant to combustion furnace supplemental heating. So that's what that 1.5 credit is based on. And then to just kind of arbitrarily decide that it should be 3 and that gas supplemental heating should be added to number 4, which is based on research and analysis and then resulting calibrated models that deliver that credit of 3 specifically for those electric heat pumps. So I don't think that any of these changes would be made, and I'm not sure that we need a working group about it. It's really something that should just be calculated when we do the credits.
Thanks, Poppy. Go ahead, Larry.
I think you all missed the point here. If you could bring up those tables again of what actual heat is generated. Okay. And here's the problem. Yes, it's more efficient, but look at the total output of what you're getting. Okay. So the problem is yeah, this is cold weather rated heat pump, this particular one here. But when you look at the amount of BTUs required for the house, plus what the heat pump can put out, it can't put out enough to keep the house heated. That's the problem. Okay. So then you say, well, we'll go to a bigger size one. Well, the ductwork just gets enormous into these places. Okay. And then how would you do the mini split? Well, the mini split, what would you do is you'd run the mini split all the time. And then you would set your electric resistance heat on the wall if you're out in the country to kick on at, let's say, 68 or something. That's your cadet heaters in there. That's how that would work with a mini split. It's really clear how you do that. Or maybe you have a gas stove in there that clicks on at 68 or something. So if the place can't keep up with the capacity, then it starts kicking on. Okay. But the real thing in here is I think we do need to work on this. I think we do need a good change, and I would support that we do work on number 2. And I think what was
Okay.
proposed was a good idea. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Dwayne.
Yeah, I'm speaking against the proposal. I think it's not at all clear that Greg's statement about carbon emissions increasing using heat pumps is or even electric resistance is true at all. It's a manner of accounting that's favored by the gas industry, but it is not by any means widely accepted. And also, last year's lowest temperature in the state was -14 in Walla Walla, got down to -10 in Spokane, but nobody has seen -60 in generations in Washington State.
Thanks, Dwayne. Lake Sammamish froze over in 1950 something, where the lake was frozen enough people drove their cars on it, which rarely happens in Western Washington.
Yes, I've ice skated on Green Lake as a child.
Yep. All right, go ahead, Dave Balon.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you loud and clear.
So there is a misunderstanding of what item 2 is supposed to be. The idea was that in especially cold climates, and notably in the Eastern Washington, especially Spokane area, the supplemental fuel, the supplemental heat that's part of the air handler is a gas furnace. And when that happens, at least in a standard gas furnace with an A coil, the heat pump will actually fail quickly if the heat pump and the gas furnace are allowed to run simultaneously. So what the point of 2 was, you run the heat pump till you get to the changeover temperature, and then you turn it over to the gas, so that all the heating that happens below, I think it's 35 degrees or 38 degrees or whatever it is, all the heating that happens is happening in gas after you get to that changeover temperature. And the gas is COP 0.8 roughly. But it's only heating after you get below that temperature, which is in Eastern Washington the majority of the time. In Western Washington, not so much. That's the item 4. It's a standard heat pump. It uses the federal standard and the federal standard testing requirements to generate a COP. In all cases, that includes the use of supplemental fuels when the heat pump can no longer meet the capacity requirements. Those are all set by the standard. They're used in all the base testing, and they're the basis of the ratings in the AHRI handbook. It isn't just, you're not just talking about supplemental heat now. These are standard heat pumps, base case heat pumps. They are really not designed to be all that effective below 17 degrees or so. And even at that, if the installer puts in a relatively smaller heat pump than it would otherwise be required, you could easily get electric resistance backup running in the 30-degree range or even higher. So all I'm trying to do here with this mechanism is to make it so that, at least in the case where you have gas heat and where you have to get the heat pump out of the system before you start running the gas furnace, that you have some changeover temperature that gets you most of the benefit of the heat pump, and then you go to the gas. It's less overall in the range of temperatures, especially in the zone 2 climates. But it still has a COP that's considerably better than running the gas furnace the whole time and having no heat pump. But it is really important to remember that when you buy a base case heat pump, federal minimum standard, you get electric resistance in the air handler, and it does run as a supplement to the heat pump. The only other thing I should say about the equalization credits that are in my proposal is I really tried hard to correct the language that was in the charging paragraph for this section. It didn't get changed when we changed all the other stuff
Can you
about.
scroll up just a little bit, Krista, for the proposal on the left?
I'm only talking about the proposal on the left. Well, I'm talking about both proposals. It's true.
Yeah, I just wanted so people will see the language you're talking about.
Oh, I see. Yes, this was meant to be an energy efficient equalization, and it was changed actually in the area by the SBCC as the issues around the Berkeley decisions were raised. But it never changed the language in 406.2, and that's what I did here.
Yeah, that was an accident,
I know.
Leftover. Okay, Dave, so I did not give you the opportunity to introduce your proposal, but I feel like you have now.
Pretty much.
Okay, so we can discuss both of them, whether we want to approve either of them, deny them, or table them and form a work group. Go ahead, Patrick.
Thank you. I appreciated Jonah's description of what each of these heating types are doing, but I feel like there seems to be a difference of opinion on what each of these categories should be versus what the language says. And then I went and looked through 406.3, and it seems like we use supplemental, secondary, and alternative heating source to seemingly refer to the same thing. And it seems like there's a lot of room to clarify the code and make it clearer on the difference between, if there is a difference between supplemental, secondary, and alternative, if we could clean up the wording choice. If I'm in favor of getting rid of 406.2 in its entirety, but if we're going to keep it, it seems like we should keep a proposal open that gives us options to clarify some of these issues. And I feel like Greg's proposal would do that. So it seems like it might be best to form a work group and work on improving the code language to make it clear what the code is trying to accomplish. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. Go ahead, Shane.
Continuing down the path of recommending a work group. But on 015.
Shane, you could make that motion if you wanted.
I'm almost there probably. 15. I wanted to give some pointers. So this footnote C, in the system type 4. System type 4 can also be all ductless mini splits. So it's not just a furnace. So to say that it includes central air handler suggests that that's the only way to utilize system type 4. So I think that would need to be cleaned up. And then on 05, I wanted to just kind of respond to what Larry said earlier about providing essentially backup heat for a ductless mini split. The idea that you'd set a thermostat at 68, I mean, maybe works if that's the highest temperature that the thermostat goes, and the human behavior is not gonna have them put it higher. The other thing is what do people like? I mean, I've got several rental units. Some people, if I'm going to do some maintenance, I mean, it might be 60 degrees in there. So, it's just to actually have it function to where you would have the separate heat inside that main zone, with a mini split. I just do not see how you can get that to actually work without potentially it's all the backup's just the only thing that's doing anything. So I still think that that's an issue.
So Shane, Greg Davenport can back me up on this, but Mitsubishi units have a auxiliary contact on the control board that's for auxiliary heat. So if you just use the mini split for the full control and then you just hook up an auxiliary heat relay to that system, the Mitsubishi mini splits will tell the auxiliary heat when to come on and when not to come on.
That is correct. That essentially becomes a supplemental system that's controlled by the main system.
So that's just how to do it.
So I think, well, like then I guess I just follow up with, I mean, if the equipment's able to do that, then it needs to be clear that that's how it's done. Because I just, yeah, some other type of situation with just there's a separate wall heater or something like that. And we got to make sure it's clear for people using the code.
Yeah. Thanks, Shane. Dave, Balon, your hand is still up, but I'm gonna go to Larry.
Okay, it's still up.
Do you still want to talk?
I'll take my turn as it's required, but yes.
Okay.
Well, I guess the main thing I should try and point out is that this table 2, 4062, is a base case. It is meant to be the federal minimum standard for the HVAC system. It's not an extra, it's not extra, it's not anything. We're not changing the COP, we're not changing the efficiency of anything in the base case. It's just what's set by the federal standard. So item 1 is the base case furnace, which probably nobody's putting in anymore, but it's an 80% furnace. 2 is an 80% furnace hooked to a base case heat pump, which is basically about an HSPF, the old HSPF 8 point something, 8.5 or something. System 4 is the same system hooked to an air handler that has a controller that works only on electric resistance and adds the electric resistance after the coil to maintain the temperature, the output temperature of the heat pump. It's everybody that has to put that in has to basically design a capacity number for that system. And we in the last meeting we made it we said something about what that needs to be. And there's nothing more to do here. We're not talking about special controllers in the Mitsubishi or any other. We're just trying to make it so that the base case heat pump, the one that the federal standard requires that we use as a base case, that unit and its performance is all that we're using for this. And the feds have made that more efficient than it was when we did this to begin with, but it's still essentially the same unit.
Thanks, Dave. Okay, so we've heard some people speak for and against some proposals. We've also talked about tabling. Let's get down to business. Go ahead, Larry.
Okay, I want to clarify something that Dave said. Those tables that I gave you guys to look at, they put an air handler in there. There is no resistance heat added. Those numbers are the heat pump only. That's what the COP is based on for heat pumps. There is no backup electricity that's put in there in those numbers, period. So those numbers are strictly the heat pump running in the most perfect atmosphere available. Okay. Then the other thing here is you guys don't realize the other options that are available for gas backup. We do mix gas backup with heat pumps. We take an air handler and we would probably take an instantaneous water heater that most of them are at 199,000. We run an air handler with a hot water coil and we're heating that hot water at 95% efficient. And then it's supplementing back with the, so you have your hot water coil in there with your heat pump coil, and the heat pump coil is always the first on the return, and then the backup hot water coil is after that. So you can ease in gas heat, and that can ease up to a temperature that you want to have coming out to maintain. And that system is being used quite often with gas heat. So now we can introduce small amounts of gas heat while keeping the heat pump running. And that's probably one of the most efficient systems out there by far. And it's being done. And it's very efficient in our area. You probably wouldn't have a call for it over in your area. But so it's not true that you have to just switch it off if you're doing that. And we have the direct fired water heaters now that actually they modulate. So if the need is only 30,000 for the house, then it'll only give you 30,000 BTUs of heat in that hot water coil. Very, very efficient, very good. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. I think that's important to figure out. There's a lot of different system heating types, and we're trying to fit them into 5 categories here. And it sounds like almost everybody agrees we could use better language for those 5 system types so that code users, builders, et cetera, can easily know which system there is, and code officials too. All right, go ahead, Greg Davenport.
All right, 2 quick things. I agree that we need to kick this back to a working group to improve the language here. But as I'm reflecting more on this, I think the easy fix is to change system type 2 to say any heat pump with whatever appropriate supplemental system is system type 2. System type 4 is a heat pump either without supplemental or with supplemental set at design temperature. I think that gets us where we're trying to go with the code. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. All right, I feel like a lot of people would like to have a work group for this, so
I'm going to move to postpone and form a work group on both, and that's for both proposals, 15 and 5.
Okay.
Second.
So a motion to postpone both proposals. And we had a second. Who's the second?
I'll second that. It's
Shane.
Greg.
Okay. The Greg's
Shane
on
was
this
the
one.
first second, but
Okay. Greg and then Shane. Shane gets all the credit. All right. Greg, your Davenport, your hand's still up? Okay. All right, we have a motion to postpone for both of these proposals. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay. All right. We have postponed these. Hopefully when it comes back, we will remember this conversation. We'll not have to have all that conversation again. Who wants to be on the work group? Unmute and say your name.
Obviously me, Greg Johnson.
This could be any tag member, any non-tag member. Anyone can join the work group. It is an unofficial work group.
Greg Davenport would like to join the group.
Okay.
Poppy Storm would like to join the group.
Dwayne,
Albert Brooks would like to join the group.
Larry Andrews.
Ken
This is-
Morgan.
This is Dave Balon. I'd like to be on the group.
I heard a bunch of names in there, and want to make sure that we have all the names. Ken Morgan, did you say yes?
Yes, please.
Okay. So the names I heard were Dwayne, Poppy, Albert, Brooks, Larry, Greg Davenport, Dave Balon, Ken Morgan, Greg Johnson. Were there others? Did I not name somebody?
Yeah, can you put me on there too? Johnny Kutcher.
Okay, yeah.
I'd like to listen into Julie Blasick.
Okay. Okay, the only rules are this is an unofficial group. As long as a quorum of the tag is not present, you can meet as much as you want. Other rules are, and a quorum is 50%. So it looks like we're probably pretty close to that limit. So I'll have to, after this, go through and see if we have a quorum on it.
we do not. Quorum would be 10. We have 7 right now.
Okay, good. Thanks for confirming that. Anyone on the work group or anyone else can suggest alternate language. So it doesn't, ideally the work group would come up with a single solution. If there are multiple solutions, that's also fine, and the tag can consider that. So meet as often as you want, but please send in your stuff a couple days before our next meeting, ideally, or the meeting after that. We're meeting next week. And then we're gonna skip the 4th of July. I didn't think anyone would want to meet on that day. And then the 11th of July will be our last meeting. So please have your stuff many days before July 11th in. All right, thank you.
So one clarification. So I counted 10 names that I was recording. Some of those were alternates. How does that count for quorum?
An alternate and a primary do not count as two, they count as one.
What if you just have the alternate and not the primary? Would that count?
I think that would count.
That would count, yes.
Okay, we're on to 021. Gary, are you around?
Been waiting with bated breath.
All right, wait no longer.
Yeah, Gary Heikkinen. And my 021 was pretty straightforward and simple. And, you know, based upon the last half hour, 45 minutes of conversation here, it was clear that there's been some confusion and misunderstanding about what means what and what should get equalization credits. Mine was simply to say, if you're using a heat pump, you get a credit. That was fairly straightforward. And then the rest of the credits fall as they may. There certainly was confusion on the difference between systems 2 and 4. Actually, Dave Balon's explanation was the clearest to me, and I would expect that because I believe that he was probably in the middle of analyzing these particular equalization credits. I guess what the tag could do is either throw this into the pile for the work group, or dispense with it now, one way or the other. I would say that if you do approve this one, you won't have to have the work group because you'll have all the work done here. And finally, regardless of whether we end up with an equalization table, I think that we need to revisit the analysis for this and all the credits. And I guess a quick question, can we have PNNL do this analysis to reanalyze the credits here in what we end up with in the final tables in the code? And I don't know if that's a question to you, Chell, or somebody else.
I will ask the question. I'll ask PNNL if they are able to do that.
Yeah, one way or the other, I think it needs to be reanalyzed. I believe that I'm correct that Ecotope did the original analysis and generated the credits. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So maybe even revisiting those original models and having a third-party eyeball on it would be a worthwhile exercise one way or the other. So again, simplicity, approve this and you can forget about the work group, throw it into the pile with the rest, or dispense of it one way or the other. Thanks.
Thanks, Gary. And I think we're gluttons for punishment here. Just speaking from experience. Go ahead, Dwayne.
Yeah, I would move to disapprove. This just seems to be taking us backwards, gets rid of most of the equalization credits options and reduces the heat pump primary down to 1 credit, supposedly to comply with 2066, which doesn't exist at the moment. So yeah, motion to disapprove.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I see no more hands up. The risk of being presumptuous, but looking for time savings. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no.
No.
Okay, motion passes. So this one is disapproved. 021, we are off to 004 Johnson. Greg, you have the floor again. And we could also just easily kick this to the work group if you wanted.
So I was going, Johnny Coker kindly emailed Henry Odom asking for the analysis. And I also followed up with an email for Henry for analysis and didn't get a copy of it. And so since we haven't gotten a response, I mean, I would be going to suggest that we actually just postpone this until we get a response. I mean, my intent here was to link it back. I mean, if the analysis shows that was pertaining to this and shows it's accurate on how we have, great. If it shows that we need to make changes, then great. I mean, I'm not, I want it to match whatever the analysis is. So I'll suggest that we postpone this and hopefully we can get a response from Ecotope and can see what their analysis was.
I guess I don't see how it's at all, how having, if the claim is that we don't have analysis, how this with no analysis behind it is an improvement on that. I guess I don't see how that, and it just to be clear, you look at combustion heating equipment meeting the federal minimum efficiency standards, you would get more credit there as 0 than electric resistance, and electric resistance is roughly 100% efficient, whereas federal minimum heating combustion appliance is, 80-ish% efficient. So it just, on the face of it, it doesn't look right.
So I took this from, those numbers are from the 2018, and my presupposition, which could have been wrong, was that, well, if there wasn't analysis from 21, which is what I was doubting, then at least we had analysis in 2018. And I wasn't questioning or even evaluating it, just saying, well, I assume we have analysis 2018.
Okay.
Maybe both. Maybe we didn't have analysis on either of them. Maybe who knows?
There was significant analysis on 2021, and the code went through it. The tag went through it and accepted it. So I guess.
Well, I didn't get, so I was very participant, and I asked for a copy of the analysis and never got it. So I would, I would suggest that we postpone this. I mean, we want to make data-based decisions. And if we can get analysis that supports the numbers, then great. We wouldn't need, you know what I mean? So I'm going to motion that we postpone this with the hopes that we can find that analysis, and then we can either dispose of this, or we can modify it to match the analysis, or whatever is necessary. So I'll propose we postpone this.
Do we have a second? Okay, I don't hear a second. Go ahead, Dwayne.
I'll second that.
Oh. Okay, who is that?
Elizabeth Twersky.
Okay, thank you, Elizabeth. Go ahead, Dwayne.
I'm opposed to postponing this. I'd rather disapprove it. Whatever our analysis ends up showing for this cycle, the 2018 code is irrelevant. And we already have plenty of work on everybody's plates. To add this kind of odd confusion to it is not helpful.
Thanks, Dwayne. Go ahead, Johnny.
Yeah, I was going to say something similar. I feel like the working group that we've already kind of kicked, that's kind of looking at the equalization credit table. If for some reason we get data from Ecotope, or we get some sort of confirmation that PNNL can go over and do the analysis, that working group can come back with here's some updated language, plus, by the way, we looked at the data and confirmed that those numbers are right, or we have some questions about it, so we change these numbers around, or PNNL has agreed to update it, so these are the placeholder numbers until we get more updated numbers during public comment, whatever that decision ends up being.
Thanks, Johnny. Go ahead, Poppy.
Yeah, I'm opposed to postponing as well. I don't think we need to rehash all these issues. A major change is that we shifted from the carbon emission based calculations to energy calculations. So there were a lot of differences when we made that change, and there was analysis done at the time for that, and that's how these numbers were developed, and that's what's in the code. So I don't think that we need to revisit that. we may, moving forward, want to be looking at the credits for any other changes we make to the tables, but I don't think we need to rehash this. It doesn't make sense to me.
Thanks, Poppy. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yes, I think that the other two proposals primarily dealt with clarifying what supplemental or secondary heating is doing, whereas this one's trying to change almost all the values. So if we're going to have PNL or see if PNL can, look at the modeling and if needs be, change some of these numbers, I feel like this proposal will give us the best vehicle to do that in line with the original intent to change the numbers of the credits. So I think we should keep this proposal open as an option to use for that purpose. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. Okay, let's do a roll call vote on this. The question is to table this or not. A yes vote would table it. A no vote would mean we would do something else with it. So let's do roll call.
Julie Blazek,
No.
Nate Geller,
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Jason Garrard,
Yes.
Albert Rooks,
No.
John Lang,
No.
Greg Davenport,
No.
Irina Respetness,
No.
Elizabeth Torsky,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Wade Craig,
No.
Rick Blumenthal,
No.
Tom Balderston,
No.
Shane Nillis,
No.
Luke Howard,
No.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Deepa Savarajan,
She's out, so Johnny Coacher here now.
motion fails 3-14.
Motion to disapprove. This is Dwayne.
Thanks.
Second.
The motion failed.
Who was
to
the
table.
second?
Nate Geller.
Thanks.
Now we have a new motion to disapprove, and we have a second for that. All in favor of disapproval, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no.
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 Okay, let's do a roll call vote. A yes vote is to disapprove. A no vote is to do something else with it.
Julie Blazek,
Julie, we know you're there. You just
actually, I don't see her on the list anymore.
Oh, okay.
Nate Geller,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Jason Garrard,
No.
Albert Rooks,
Yes.
John Lang,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Irina Respetness, Irina, are you there? Elizabeth Torsky,
No.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Wade Craig,
Yes.
Rick Blumenthal,
Yes.
Tom Balderston,
Yes.
Shane Nillis,
Yes.
Sorry,
Luke
this is
Howard.
Irina. I had trouble unmuting. I'm also a yes.
Thank you. Luke Howard,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
No.
Johnny Coker,
Yes.
motion carries 13-3.
Okay, motion is approved, meaning 004 is disapproved. We've already postponed 15, so we're on to 030 Hank. So Patrick, you have the floor.
I have a question. We're about an hour and a half in, and I know we typically take a break around noon. Can we take a quick 5-minute break?
Sure. Yeah, I was deciding whether to do it before or after this proposal. As a proponent, go for it. We'll take a 5-minute break. I'll see you at 10:14.
Thank you.
All right, Patrick, you have the floor.
Alrighty, thank you. Krista, in the footnotes a few pages down, I have a link to the Cornell Law School. Could you bring that up? I think it's on page 10. There we go. And then if you scroll down to subsection lowercase f, federal law is so fun to navigate. I think you scroll past it. Yeah, F3. Okay, so this is the part of EPCA that deals with state preemption. So it creates a 7-part test for to determine whether or not a state is preempting EPCA, which you're not allowed to do. And for the code for the most part tries to do that. You create an energy conservation standard, and you can have credits that get there. There's different parts, like you have to have an option where a federal minimum product, so like an 80% gas furnace, can still comply with the code with whatever credit options you have. Subsection capital B there deals with if you have a waiver, which I don't believe we do. And and I'll say I'm not a lawyer, and I know the SBCC has done before this. I'm not saying that my opinion here is the law or fact, but I'm just concerned that if there's significant legal risk in the code and the code goes into effect and there can be a legal challenge that could jeopardize that, it could create a lot of uncertainty for builders in the industry and consumers. Or if, like what happened previously, the council gets concerned before it goes into effect, they might have to defer the whole code cycle, which causes ripple effect problems. So in my mind, if we can meet our state efficiency goals without creating undue legal risk, I think that's the way to go. And it sounds like now, I wasn't sure what the baseline was before for 406.2, but it sounds like it's treating an 80% federal minimum gas furnace as the baseline and then comparing other products to that. But I don't know if that makes sense because it has a penalty for electric resistance, which on average should have a higher efficiency than federal minimum gas furnace. And there's things like using a one-to-one energy use or cost basis. And I think the code is unclear when it comes to 406.2 as to how it's meeting this 7-part test. So in my mind, it would be better to just get rid of 406.2, have 406.3. If we need to reevaluate the credit options, heat pumps are still likely to get a lot of credits because they're highly efficient, especially if they're more efficient than federal minimum. And yeah, that's the main part of that. Like can you scroll down to capital subsection F, please, Krista? Thank you. You can, so like, instead of just rewarding for credits, we're creating, it's not clear when you look at the code on what that basis is, because if you use a heat pump, you can get up to 4.5 credits, which should be worth 1,200 kilowatt hour times each full credit. But when I look at the energy use for heat pumps, it doesn't seem like that matches with the energy use that they're actually using. So it seems like it's not on a one-to-one basis. We'll have to see if we can get the analysis from Ecotope, or if PNL can look at that. But overall, I just feel like we're better off getting rid of 406.2 and then reevaluating the credits for 406.3 if necessary. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. I guess to some extent, I see striking the energy equalization table. And then I see a reduction in the number of credits required. And those seem like the main changes, but then there's a couple changes in section 3.
Oh yeah, let me, I forgot to explain that part. So what I tried to do is I calculated what the effective credits we're expecting from different building types based off the system heating type. So I subtracted the values of 406.2 from the credit requirements that they would have to get under 406.3. But I didn't allow that to go below 0. There was a couple cases where it tried to. And then I averaged that out. So basically trying to get back to what the 2015 code was, where each building, regardless of what system heating type they're using, they had the same objective they were trying to reach, which is what EPCA's basically saying you need to do. You can have an energy conservation objective, and as long as there's a way to get through that with a federally minimum equipment, and it's on a one-to-one energy use basis for the gain or loss, that's fine. And I think the 2015 code did that well. So trying to get back to that, where you focus on what each building size or category, what's the objective we want them to hit, and then we have, credits in terms of how one-to-one either energy, the energy savings they're able to achieve on a one-to-one basis in the 406.3. But we're not having a different objective for each building type based off what heating type it uses. So the intent is to balance it out. It's not to necessarily cause a reduction. I know that's what it looks like, but it's just to equalize it for each dwelling unit and building size, regardless of what system heating type is. And I have a chart and tables with that data.
Thanks, Patrick. Is that it? Is that the introduction?
Yes.
Or were you still going?
No, that's the introduction. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. And was there an analysis of the energy savings or energy savings reduction from this proposal?
In terms of, if you go down to the tables, there will be some differences because the current code is treating, it has different objectives based off what system heating type you're using. So it appears to be an increase for some and a reduction for the others, but the intent is to match the average objective that buildings were supposed to get under the 2021 code.
Okay, so it'd be easier for fossil fuel and electric resistance to comply with the code and harder for heat pumps to comply with the code compared to the 2021 code.
Yes, which had them vastly different objectives. In some cases, it appears that certain building types with heating types under the 2021 code were achieving a lesser objective than they were under the 2018 code.
Okay. I think they all had the same objective based on home size, but they got different credit for.
If you go up to the graph, it makes it clear. So for type 4, and type 5. They effectively had to get less energy savings under the 2021 than they did under the 2018.
Less additional energy savings beyond the
Yes,
efficiency of the equipment.
this is just looking at 406.0. This isn't, or 406. This isn't considering everything else going on in the rest of the code.
And this is the energy savings beyond the heating efficiency that's in 406.2.
This is looking at them combined, because that's effectively what they do. So 406 is saying you're going to have to get additional credits. Here's the objective. But 406.2 effectively modifies the credits you have to get in 406.3.
Or it just kind of gives you credits for certain efficient heating appliances, is my understanding. Okay. All right. Thanks, Patrick. Go ahead, Dwayne.
Yeah, I don't see the relevance of these older code versions to what we're doing. We're comparing the current code to this proposal, and my reading of the proposal is that it eliminates the equalization table and substantially reduces the overall number of credits. So it is a substantial rollback in efficiency, taking us the wrong direction. So motion to disapprove.
Okay, we have a motion to disapprove. Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks, Johnny. Dwayne, your hand is still up, but Tom, go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I just question if this said the legal risk. I'm not really either, but it seems like this has been mitigated already, but the idea that the law that was put up there was showed that allowing options and the ability to choose different options was the place that made it viable. I guess that's the question, and I think if yeah, I don't think it should be legal. I think we need to make sure things aren't going to stand up legally, but this doesn't seem like it's a big concern.
Thanks, Tom. Okay, I see no more hands up. Go ahead, Larry.
I think there was a statement made that electricity was more efficient than gas, and in the wintertime, that's not true. I mean, and I'll give you examples. Number one, in Spokane, we don't have any wind in that area from the Palouse where all the wind generation's coming from. Number two is we're the most cloudiest city almost in the United States during the wintertime. Eastern Washington is. We get very little PV off our PV out here. So the only thing that's given us power now is the water over the dams, and that power is being siphoned off to all the computers and everything else we have to do, and now we have AI. So during this period when we're really needing power, we're having to fall back on gas turbines to keep us running. Okay, that's just a fact. And at 33% efficiency, it's not efficient. If we can burn gas, we're setting a lot less carbon footprint during that period of time. And this is what we're talking is the heat time. And that was very clear with the charts that Greg presented us. And it's a fact that I've known for the past 10 years. Okay. And that's why I'm such a proponent for high efficiency gas to heat our homes and businesses versus the electricity that we need for cars now, which is important, and our computer systems, which we can't go without anymore. And now we've got AI that's coming on. And then if you look in Moses Lake out there, where everybody, because of the price of the power, jumped on the bandwagon and took all that power from the BPA pretty much and went there for server systems. If you've ever been there now, it's just amazing. And so we have a real lack of electricity when we need it. And the demand on it is really high at that point. And so we need something like this to keep us going in the right direction, to reduce our carbon footprint. Okay. We know we can't get without it right now until somebody comes up with something new, but it's not in even the next 20-25 year future. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. All right, let's do a roll call vote on this one. So the motion is to disapprove the proposal in front of us, which is 030. So a yes vote is for disapproval. A no vote is to potentially do something else.
Julie Blazek,
No.
Nate Geller,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Jason Garwood,
No.
Albert Rooks,
Yes.
John Lang,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Irina Rasputnis,
Yes.
Elizabeth Torsky,
No.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Wade Craig,
No.
Rick Blumenthal,
Yes.
Tom Balderston,
Yes.
Shane Nillis,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
No.
Johnny Coker.
Yes.
Motion carries 12-5.
Okay, motion carries. We are on to the next section, which is R406 credit requirements and home size, where we have another 6 proposals. Let's go through 035. Dwayne?
Could, Krista, could you bring up the version that I just emailed to you? I'm assuming that this is on the way to another working group, but based on some feedback I got in the last 24 hours, I looked at a different method. And if you could just scroll to the table that's down in the ways. There you go. Look, we can see the numbers and the chart. What this proposal would do, you can see the solid blue lines are this proposal, and the open red lines are the current code. Leaves the small houses alone, but then has, as was suggested, a gradation from above 1,500 square feet on up to number 10 there is 3,500 square feet. And this allows this is actually a lower credit requirement for the smallish houses. It equals out at about 2,500 square feet, and then it is higher requirement for most of what we're currently calling medium-sized houses and large houses. And so the overall impact appears to be, if I can extrapolate from something that Johnny was working on yesterday, approximately a 10% reduction in energy use, which is approximately our target for this code cycle. That's it.
Thanks, Dwayne. Lowering requirements. I never thought I'd see the day. Okay. There was a bunch of people that emailed me each other about these proposals, and this is based on something that Patrick Hanks proposed, which was to kind of have a gradation more than just 3 home sizes. It was to have a gradation, and so that a lot of people were excited about that. And so we have this proposal and a couple other proposals based on this. My guess is we could accept one of them today. We could also table them and have the work group come back with a single proposal. So we can do what we want today. Go ahead, Greg.
2 questions. One is, how are you saying this is lowering the requirements? We have 2 credits required for the smaller occupancies, and I see that you have it as 5 credits. Am I missing something?
Yeah, you're probably looking at additions.
I was looking at what was on the screen.
This is something Dwayne emailed a bit ago. But what you see is if you look at right now, as soon as you hit 1,500 square feet, you're up at 8 credits. That's the current code, the 2021 code. So this would move just over 1,500 square feet down from 8 credits to 6.5 credits.
The idea was part of what we heard last time this came up was that it was such a shock to go from 1,499 square feet to 1,500 and jump from 5 to 8 credits. So this adds a couple of steps of gradation in between there for those houses on the smaller side of normal, and then once you get up to the 2,250 to 2,500 square feet, it's equal to the current requirement, and then everything larger gets progressively higher number of required credits. So it's taking pressure off of the smaller and lower priced homes.
Okay. Well, and then 2 more questions. What was so you mentioned that we had to increase the credits to get our energy targets. Are you taking in consideration that we've already increased the base requirements in the prescriptive path?
You know, I did look into this because the big concern seemed to be the U value change for exterior walls, right? And so I was able to talk to the people at PNNL to find out whether they used the R values or the U values for their determination of where we're at. And they said they work off of the R value table. And so what we've got now is, as far as advancements to the code, we've got the windows going from 0.30 down to 0.28 or maybe 0.27. And that is good for a little bit, not a huge chunk like the wall issue would have been if that was an issue. So once again, as we go through this process, if we do pass things that do reduce the energy use of homes in a measurable way, then we can, I think especially this format now with the 11 rows instead of just 3 does make it possible to reduce these values somewhat.
So then if, I mean, we have a work group already, which you're part of, for looking at this proposal in conjunction with Patrick's 031. I mean, we haven't even concluded. We met once and Johnny provided some analysis that I haven't had a chance to go through yet. And so did Patrick, did a follow-up on stuff. Wouldn't it be worthwhile to postpone this so the work group can kind of finish and then give their report back on suggested option? Or
that is up to the TAG. I personally think this is a thing of beauty, but if people want to postpone instead of voting unanimously in favor of it, so be it.
Yep.
Well, I'll motion to postpone because this, and I mean, we can have more discussion, but motion and postpone because the work group hasn't concluded.
Thanks, Greg. Is there a second for the motion to postpone? I am not hearing one.
I need some clarity. What work group?
So when we met a while ago, a bunch of Patrick Hanks proposed 031, which had a gradation of credits. So instead of 3 sizes plus R2, you had kind of a step in sizes, which I think everybody thought was a brilliant idea. And so a bunch of people got together to try and mash that up and figure out if there was a best way to integrate that. And so there's, I don't know, 3 or 4 or 5 of us that emailed a few times and discussed it. This is one product of that work group. I don't know that Patrick, did you submit a revised proposal?
He did.
Okay, so we have another proposal that we could consider today. If all we're going to do is table them, then we might as well just table them all now and have the work group come back with something later. Because otherwise we're just going to spend a bunch of time and then the work group's going to go back and come back with something later. I think there's differences between the proposals that Patrick and Dwayne are presenting. So maybe we should discuss them side by side.
Would it be worthwhile or in order for me to modify my motion to be postpone both Patrick's and Dwayne's 035 and 031 for the work group to finish their work and provide recommendations?
They'd be in order. Go
Okay,
ahead.
I'll modify to postpone both those for the work group to conclude first.
This is Shane. I'll second that.
Okay. All right, let's take comments on this. That's a motion. We could approve it or disapprove it, but let's take comments on this. Go ahead, Larry.
The thing that I see here is one of my proposals that I brought up was to kind of base this off of number of people in the building or in the house. And this encourages smaller buildings, which I don't think is the correct way to do it, because it's all based off of people. And I really think that we need to start looking at how many bedrooms that these larger homes have, because there's a lot of families out here that they're buying a larger home and they're moving mom and pa in the bedroom to make it a place for them, and their kids are there, and so we're putting a huge penalty, and it's a lot. We're going to use a lot less BTUs for a larger house based off people. So if we only have one person in a house, we're going to have a slug of small homes. And I want to make it clear here, the small homes didn't get any break. Looks like kind of a medium size to someplace. But anyway, it needs to be based off of the number of probably bedrooms that are in the facility, because we're much better to have a little bigger home, a bigger home that we have more people in than to build a whole bunch of these little homes, because we have a lot more exposed area out there. And so I really strongly feel that we need to base this footprint off of the number of bedrooms that are in there, because people usually won't buy a 5 or 6 bedroom house unless
Larry,
they
we're
got.
going to get to your proposal shortly.
But this is all about the same thing, and I think it all needs to be pushed into that one group, to be honest with you. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, my intent in submitting a revision today was just to have an idea of the code language, kind of a concept of code language based off what the work group was discussing, to show to the tag. I wasn't really intending for final action today, and this is my first time seeing Dwayne's revision, as it wasn't posted on the meeting documents. Obviously, it looks pretty similar to what I did, but there's a little bit of differences. And I also say I haven't verified for the high end of the 10 credits how viable that will be for those buildings. But I was just trying to show the tag a little bit of what we were working on to get some feedback. And then I wanted to see how the discussion on 406.2 today went to see if we needed to incorporate any consensus changes with there. So I think tabling would be the best course of action.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we're probably going to table. We have a motion to do that, and we have a second for that. Is there anyone who is going to speak against the motion to table?
Yeah, this is me, Dwayne. I'd just as soon let us see Patrick's first and then table the two of them.
Okay, are we seeing Patrick's?
Yes, Patrick's is on the right, Dwayne's is on the left.
No, Patrick's is on the right.
No, that's Dwayne on the right.
Okay.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Okay, so go ahead, Tom Balderson.
I'll try to speak quickly because this may not be in the right process, but I just wanted to ask the question of the work group to consider townhouses and duplexes. I don't know for sure, but technically it seemed to me there would be a big impact on whether you have a row of townhouses, and there's a big difference between the center house and the end house. And that's my question, is that considered in these performance numbers or tables? And
yeah, I could respond.
If it could be taken a look at. Thank you.
I could respond to that. Typically townhouses are below 1,500 square feet. So those would have the same credit requirements as currently, and the next couple of steps up till you're getting up to 2,500 square feet, which would be quite a substantial townhouse, have a little less than the current requirement. So this was intended to be, yeah.
It's about there's often a big difference between the center unit and the end unit. So is a 1,500 square foot townhouse the same if it's as a single family house if it's the center one or the end? And that's my question is whether that's coming into the analysis.
So you're talking about the difference in glazing area for energy?
Exposed walls, glazing, everything. Well, the PERS ratings on them often come out somewhat differently.
Well, remember this is how many credits you need to get, and so it did not increase those credits for the end units, and did not decrease them for the middle units. It left those
okay.
alone.
That was just a question I wanted to throw in. Thanks.
Okay. And there's a separate table for R2. So if you built a certain number, you'd be in R2, and then that is not impacted by this. R2 is considered all the same. There's no size differentiation within R2 if you're in that category.
Yeah. I guess my question was just about the shared wall homes versus freestanding homes.
Sam, go ahead.
They may be the same size.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought you were.
That's all.
Finished. Thanks, Tom. Go ahead, Greg.
Hi, I just want to say I think this is a really good proposal, Dwayne's proposal here, and depending on how this motion plays out, I'm prepared to propose approval on this.
Thanks, Greg. Go ahead, Julie.
I'm really sorry. I just have a clarifying question. There were some comments about emails going around about these. Was that just to the chair or was that to the whole committee?
So there was a informal work group that was formed a couple meetings ago, and those people emailed each other. So
gotcha. That's fine. Thank you. Just want to make sure I didn't miss anything.
Yeah, and so no one, just to be clear, no one is allowed to email the entire tag with any information other than staff. So if you have anything you want to get to the whole tag, email staff. If you want to, you can email other people on the tag about anything. If you have questions or comments or whatever, just make sure it's not a quorum, which is 10 members of the tag.
Understood.
Okay,
thank you for the clarification. Thanks.
Yeah. Greg Davenport, or you're done. Go, Greg Johnson.
I just want to clarify. I mean, I saw this as a little bit of an end run around the work group. I mean, the work group had agreed to work together and come up with one or more proposals. And then this was emailed, not even posted on the website. Haven't had a chance to review this. And this was just saying, asking for approval before the work group even concluded its work. So, I mean, I don't know why we would not postpone it. I mean, the work group should conclude its work, and we shouldn't have like an end run around the work group to rush and see if we can get something approved first.
Thanks, Greg. I mean, it would be in order to approve a proposal, but I empathize with your saying that the work group did not conclude, because I don't think the work group concluded. I agree with you on that one. All right, so the motion is to table both of these proposals. Let's do a roll call vote. I am going to assume there is not consensus on this. So a yes vote is to postpone, and a no vote would be to do something else.
Julie Blazek,
Yes.
Nate Geller,
I'm gonna abstain.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Abstain.
Jason Garwood,
Yes.
Albert Rooks,
Yes.
John Lang,
Abstain.
Greg Davenport,
No.
Irina Respetness,
Same.
Elizabeth Torsky,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Wade Craig,
Yes.
Rick Blumenthal,
Yes.
Tom Balderston,
Yes.
Shane Nillis,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
Abstain.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Johnny Coker.
It's actually Deepa again.
Oh, Deepa's back. Okay. Deepa?
Abstain.
Motion carries 10-1 with 6 abstentions.
Okay, motion carries. Both of these are tabled. That is the 35 Johnlin and 031 Hanks. We are on to 029 Hanks. So Patrick, you have the floor again. Albert, you have a question, do you?
I just wanted to say that I really appreciate that work, and I would like to support the work group if I can help. Thank you.
Do you want to join the work group?
I would.
Okay. Thank you, Albert.
Yeah, and I apologize. This one fell off my radar, so I know we talked about if it's to move forward, need to change the table for the climate zones. This is the proposal to replace the current credit tables we have with the credit tables from the ICC. I would need to, if we want to move forward this, I would need to consolidate the climate zones into just 4 and 5 for the main table, and then double check that there's not any redundant credit options that are already required under the current code. I think we talked about this a little bit before, and we've had a lot of discussion about 406 as a whole. So if there's questions, I'm happy to answer it.
Thanks, Patrick. Go ahead, Dwayne.
Oppose this one as well. It is once again a rollback. We're not trying to match the IACC. We're typically leading it because Washington State has different marching orders than the ICC does.
Thanks, Dwayne.
And that's a motion to disapprove.
Okay, we have a motion to disapprove. Is there a second?
This is Greg. I'll second that.
Thanks, Greg. Okay, let's do a roll call vote on this, or I will just risk a voice vote. All in favor of the motion to disapprove this proposal, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no.
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 Okay, let's do a roll call vote. The question is the same. Disapproval of this is a yes. No would be to do something else with it.
Julie Blazik,
Yes.
Nate Geller,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnson,
Yes.
Jason Garwood,
Abstain.
Albert Rooks,
Yes.
John Lang,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Irina Respetness,
Abstain.
Elizabeth Torsky,
No.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Wade Craig,
Abstain.
Rick Blumenthal,
Yes.
Tom Balderston.
Yes.
That was a yes. Tom?
Oh, that's a yes.
Okay, thank you. Shane Nellis,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
No.
Deepa Savarajan,
Yes.
motion carries 12-2 with 3 abstentions.
Okay, motion carries. 029 is disapproved. We are on to 046. Larry. And this is the one he mentioned earlier, which
Yeah, I would like to group this in with the group. And I'd like to intermingle it, and mine's based off population, the people there in the homes. And I really feel strongly that I don't think that just because the home's larger, if you only had 2 people in there, that's one thing. But most people don't build a larger home because they're just 2 people. Most people buy it because they have the kids to go there. And it would be much better rather than to build a whole bunch of smaller homes to have your kids in, than it would be to build one bigger home. And you use less energy because you have less outside wall. You only have normally one washer room. I have seen one washer room with 2 washers and 2 dryers stacked. And then normally you only have one kitchen. So you definitely gain right there. Plus it's always more efficient to build a bigger home than it is to have a smaller home for the same amount of people. And I'm thinking that with the cost of everything the way it is anymore, and I sent something into Krista this morning about what's going on. We have the same problem that Seattle does. I mean, the low income people trying to put them into all these small little homes, we're much better to group them in a bigger home. And we have a crisis. I mean, the people can't pay for the rents as it is. And we need to make things more affordable. And then right now, building industry is down 30% from where it was. And this is all stated in the article from Seattle. Okay. that was printed in the spokesman review. You guys have a crisis, and so do we, for low-income housing, no matter what type it is. And so we gotta look at what's happening, and we gotta make it more affordable. We gotta make it more efficient, but we gotta make it more affordable to people. And if we can put more people in the home, we can make it more affordable for the bunch. Instead of one family, maybe sharing two families in there. So you have the parents, and then maybe the daughter or the son's family are living with them. We have a lot of that happening over here. And it takes a bigger facility to enclose these people. But we don't want to penalize them because they're actually using less energy to do that per people. If we didn't have any people, we wouldn't have any buildings and we wouldn't have any loss. So the more people we have, the bigger the place is. If we can keep them in a reasonable building, we will reduce our carbon footprint. Okay. But if we make it so expensive to build the bigger building, they're not going to do it. And then we're probably going to have people living on the streets, or we're going to have more the people that can afford it, like the people in Seattle. I wish you'd put that article up, Krista, if you got a chance.
Larry, I'm not seeing it in my email box, so.
I'm sorry, Krista, but I will make sure it gets there by the end of the day. But it was like a half a page that the people can't pay the rents. And then when you can't pay the rents, then the owners can't pay the bankers, you see? And so we got to make all of this more affordable somehow, but we can't penalize affordability. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. I guess the energy code has cost savings that go along with it as well. So there's buying a home and there's keeping people in homes. So this one reduces all credit requirements to 5 credits, with homes with basements are only required to 4 credits. So it's a huge rollback of the energy code.
Yeah, but the reason why it's a rollback on the basements is because they don't have the loss. The basements don't incur any amount of loss compared to what you do above ground. And we have a lot of basement places here too.
We've talked about this at prior when we've looked at this before. So let's take new comments and on this one. Okay, go ahead, Julie. Julie, I don't hear you.
Sorry. Just saying that I don't disagree with the sentiment here, but unfortunately I don't feel like there's any way for us to regulate how many people are in the residence. So I would not be in support of this.
Thanks, Julie. Go ahead, Deepa.
I was basically gonna say the same thing as Julie. Thanks.
Thanks, Deepa. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, I think Larry brings up a lot of good points and very sympathetic to the argument that he's making. In terms of considering this proposal, especially in conjunction with the other work group, is the other proposals are doing similar things. This one is very different, and I think it would be hard to mesh those two things together. But then on top of that, the other two proposals have code language, and they have some kind of estimation of economic impact and energy change and use, and this proposal doesn't. So I think if we want to consider this proposal, it would be helpful to have a revision that completes it and has some code language and complete economic and energy use information. Yeah, so thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Thank you. Yeah, I think Larry brings up a great point. It's a difficult thing to know when a structure is being built, how it's going to be used as far as density goes. But if there was some way to account for the surface area of an exposed building and create a ratio that could maybe be included in an equation to either provide more credit or reduce credit requirements, I think that's something worthwhile to consider, because as Larry says, certain buildings have smaller requirements. If you have a building that has a basement, or if you have a building with, 5 bedrooms instead of 3, you're not duplicating necessarily an entire HVAC system, or you're not duplicating an entire 4-wall assembly.
And we
So
have a modeling path in the code right now, so one can choose that pathway through the code currently.
yeah, but we're talking about residential, and not everyone does the modeling path in residential. So I would just encourage the working group, if there was an opportunity to consider some sort of a ratio, or consider surface area exposure and density in some way. I think that would be beneficial. Thanks.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Go ahead, Shane.
I just want to say, when we first were taking a look at this, one of the concept with the basements was something that I found interesting, and was kind of hoping to see maybe something that would incorporate that and as a credit option or something like that. But I'm not seeing anything being brought on that, and the concept of trying to reduce the credits for the large dwelling units I can't get on board for. So I see we have other hands, so I want to let other people speak, but I'll be prepared to vote this down if we end up with a motion.
Thanks, Shane. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I like Larry's idea at first. I think, definitely sympathetic idea to large families or extended families or groups of adults. I think you can have 8 people living in a house, unrelated people living in a house, but it seems really complicated to me, and I think I started thinking in terms of, well, you go bedroom per square foot. The 2-bedroom daddy with 1,000 square feet is 500, and a 5-bedroom house that's 3,500 square feet is more than that. But it seems like the bedrooms per surface area might be the way to get to it. But I think it's such a complicated problem. You can't regulate it. Because there's people without homes, but there's also really a lot of people with empty homes or 2 homes or more. So it seems like it's kind of complicated to actually make it happen. It could be there's some sort of exception. Let's say an 8-bedroom house, a house that's intended for an extended family design. Maybe there could be an exception.
I don't know how building officials would.
And I don't know how you
would. Yeah.
But yeah. That's my comment. I think there may be some possibility of figuring out an exception, but I don't know how to try it.
Thanks, Tom. Go ahead, Greg.
I was just going to suggest as consistency, we should consider this as part of the existing work group that we already discussed, whether we need a third proposal and the other 2 proposals are sufficient, or whether so I'm good either way, whether we postpone this and throw it to the work group, or whether we just say we disapprove because we've already captured it and we'll just include this into the work group, the 2 proposals. I'm good either way.
Okay, and I think Greg's right that if this was disapproved, ideas from it could still be used by whomever in helping craft other proposals. Go ahead, Albert.
Thank you. And I also am very sympathetic to the goal and of this one. And I agree with Larry that it's a big, significant issue. However, building use and building density changes over time. Heat loss over the building does not change over time. Equipment efficiency does change over time and can be improved. And I think I'd like to stay with a focus on minimizing energy loss through the building envelope. That's the thing that I think we're really working on. So based on that, I'd like to actually make a motion to disapprove. And I do encourage the subject to be worked on in the work group. But I think we can really manage building envelopes and energy and heat loss, but I don't think we have a reliable way to manage occupancy.
Thanks. We have a motion to disapprove. Is there a second?
This is Greg. I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion to disapprove in a second. Greg Johnson, you have your hand up still. Okay, We have a motion to disapprove. I see no more hands up. All in favor of the motion to disapprove, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no.
No, sorry.
All good, Larry.
Got to
Abstain.
vote for your own.
Okay.
All right, motion passes. It is disapproved. Larry, you have another one, 013, which is up for review right now. All right, Larry, you have the floor.
Krista, can you scroll down to the next page? I finally learned how to strike out with the help of Krista and my staff.
All right.
You got the next page or?
Let me go see what I can find. This is all I have on this one right here. Hang on.
So the intent of this is to remove R406. It's not even to replace it with the IECC.
I had a lot of it struck out, and I think we've already pretty much talked about the same thing already. So,
Okay. Well, the documentation you're looking for is what kind of documentation, Larry?
well, I thought I started to learn how to strike things out, but I don't see that we've got it here. So I don't know what happened to it. I'm sorry.
Well, imagine in your mind that the entire R46 section is struck out. Is that?
I don't think it was the entire section, but it was pretty close. But I think we already talked about that earlier today, right?
Yeah,
yeah. So I think that we've talked enough about that. So I'm going to withdraw it because I think we already got a good group working on it.
Okay, thanks, Larry.
Okay.
So the proposal has been withdrawn. But there's a work group working on similar kind of topics with R406. All right, we are to the last one under R406 for the day, and that is a home size change as well. It's 041. So this, I guess, could also be postponed along with 035 and 031 because it's a similar, it doesn't have the stepped parts in it, but it has home size changes and some analysis as to why. Go ahead, Albert.
Yeah, thanks. I find it intriguing that line 2 is talking about going from 1500 to 1350. Is interesting stuff. Seems to make sense to me that it would be discussed within the context of the work group as a potential pathway or variables to place within the work group's final output. Thanks.
Thanks. And I didn't ask Kevin Rose, are you here to talk about the proposal?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Kevin Rose with Northwest Energy Efficiency Alliance. Certainly happy if the appetite for this group is to postpone this and group conversation with others of the same type. Happy to, spend a little time on this today. I guess I missed that first meeting of the working group, but would like to get involved there. So hopefully I'll catch the next meeting. We haven't discussed this proposal because I actually proposed like 4 different versions of this and needed to choose one of them. So this proposal was sort of last in the door. One of those variations that I proposed was a stepped approach. My approach was to start at 1,000 square feet and then add a credit every 500 square feet. So, so I have some similar thoughts that kind of look like what other people have. There are some unique things in here. That 1,350 square foot, which was just mentioned, I think is one of them. And looking for something to potentially change that small home threshold that sort of emerged as a sweet spot for a couple of reasons. But yeah, this has a lot in common with other proposals of this type that have been discussed today and will be discussed in the future. So I won't take any more time unless folks want to today to go over it. Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. My initial thought, and this goes to some other comments that have come in for other proposals, is that 1,500 is a nice cutoff between, you can get a pretty nice 3-bedroom into 1,500 square feet, which is a family size unit home. So my personal thought is, let's keep the credits low, below 1,500, and then above it, that gets into more, I guess, homes that might be luxury homes in some cases, and in other cases are just for really large families, I guess, or larger families. That's my initial thought on it. But a motion to postpone is probably the most expedient way to deal with this. Unless somebody wants to do something else, go ahead, Greg.
I was going to ask you, so when I look through your proposal, the only differences I'm seeing is you're adjusting what the thresholds are and the credit requirements. Do you see, do you think that the work group, the two proposals we have, Dwayne's and Patrick's, which are kind of doing similar things, do you think they kind of cover that? And do you think if we added you to the work group, we will definitely add you to the work group. I'm not leading it, but I think everyone's intent. Do you think that those two proposals are sufficient as a vehicle and we don't need this third one? Or do you think it'd be better to keep the third one around and just postpone it?
If I can answer that quickly. Yeah, I haven't fully memorized those two other proposals, nor like some of the revised versions, which one of which we saw today, I think. So I'm not certain if other folks are adjusting the group R2 occupancy, which I've proposed to kick up a half a credit from 6.5 to 7. So to the extent that those other two proposals cover things like that, and or there's flexibility, if the data and judgment deems that that's a wise thing to do, then yeah, I would agree that there's nothing radically different in this proposal from other ones, and I'm happy for this one to procedurally go away and have others that are trying to do something similar go through, whether that means to start thinning them out now or hold off until later. I'm not sure what would be most expedient.
What would be your preference? Would it be, because it's the same difference either way, was your preference to postpone this with the work group or to withdraw it and just use the other two as a vehicle?
Or disapprove it, maybe.
Or disapprove it? What would be your preference?
I'm pretty ambivalent. Happy to follow the will of the tag.
Yeah, you can say what you want, because I think Greg's about to do whatever you want here.
Yeah, that's exactly whatever you want. I'll motion.
Can I just do something?
Go for it, Shane.
Okay. I think the work group will be fine to handle this, and in interest of not having to take additional actions in the future, I would move to disapprove.
I'll second that.
We have a motion to disapprove and a second. Is there further discussion on this?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Ann.
Yes, I encourage disapproval. I don't like this one mainly because of the threshold of 1,350. I do a lot of work with home builders. Our whole business is based on home builders, and a lot of it is subdivisions. And the subdivision guys, they have a home that is 1,500 or under, but I have hardly ever seen the 1350 size home being built. It's just not a popular size. As Shell said, it's very small, and the 3-bedroom home is, you need about 1,500 to get that. So I think that would be penalizing the 1,500 square footers too much. And I also don't want to see the credits reduced for the R2 townhomes. Those are starter homes, and those are energy efficient homes with shared walls. So I vote for disapproval.
Thanks, Ann. Go ahead, Dwayne.
It gives me pause to be adding burden to the small home size when we've had so much discussion about affordability. But I like keeping this on our radar, because if you scroll further down in this thing, there was Mr. Rose did a lot of analysis and came up with a lot of data that's very useful for the discussion. So I would rather kind of have this part of the postpone group, just so that we are keeping his analysis work on the radar for our discussions.
Thanks, Dwayne. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, I just want to point out that I don't think Dwayne or I's proposal changes the size requirements for the performance pathway, and this proposal does that. So if the tag wants to make any change there, we may want to keep this around for that purpose.
Yep. Before the motion was made, I was going to suggest that we table this rather than disapprove it, but that is up to the tag. Go ahead, Albert.
Yeah, thanks. I am in favor of disapproving this and keeping the data and the thought behind it on hand and pushing it into the work group. I don't see this as a need to make a 1,500 square foot home less popular, less buildable. I think it just changes the incremental size in applying the credits, right? So it's we can look at this as do we want to keep the standard credit at 1,500? If that's fine, great. If we want to modify maybe the 1,350 and down, it just gives us maybe a different starting point, and I would not want to complicate a performance path, but that might be the right thing. So again, I think we can still keep building those 1,500 square foot homes. Perhaps their performance or their energy credits might be could possibly be different.
Yeah, just to be clear, Kevin Rose also proposed 039, which is not on the agenda today, but changes the R405 targets.
Okay, yeah, thanks. That's better detail.
Yep.
Can I add real quick before we vote? Like, this data is not going away, and the work group will definitely consider it. Or, you know, I know I'm going to open up and read it. All this data is on the record, so that's not going away.
Yep. Thanks, Greg. Okay, the motion is to disapprove this proposal 041. All in favor, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. 041 is disapproved. We are on to the ERI path. So this is another entire pathway through the code that is under the IECC, but is not in Washington yet. We have two major proposals on this, 033 and 040. We spent a great deal of time on 040 a few weeks ago. We did not hear 033 because Patrick was elsewhere, I think. So we're going to hit 033 first and then 040, and I think they cover the same subject. So we should probably spend a good deal of time on 033, briefly review 040, and decide if we prefer one of them or neither of them or something else. So I was going to give the floor to Patrick, but Greg, you have your hand up.
Well, I just note this is similar to what we talked about before. We have a work group, And just as the work group, I think Patrick and Kevin Rose were going to work together to do a combined integrated draft so the work group can see the differences between the two, because I think the majority of the proposals were really the same, just with differences on what the index table was. And so for just save time, it'd be worthwhile just to postpone this until the work group finishes and provides a recommendation. I think the intent was to have a consensus combined proposal.
How's the work group going?
Yeah, I was just gonna say we met as a work group. We made really good progress. We have a plan of action on how to go about creating a recommendation, trying to combine the proposals. And so I think it'd be best if we just table this, but just wanted to give that update to the tag.
Okay. And do you have any sense of timing? We're meeting next week.
It won't be ready for next week. So I think we'll have to have it ready by the 11th, I guess.
Okay. And is anybody who's not on the work group want to be on the work group? Okay. All right, we'll consider it on the 11th. Go ahead, Dwayne.
I am just concerned about how the actual calculations are going to get done and what's the timeline for that, and if we can, because I'm intrigued by the whole ERI thing, and I'm always like holding off, waiting to see if it is truly equivalent to the rest of the code on the other pathway, but it seems like everybody's expecting that PNNL would be able to like jump on this and do it in a week. How's that going to work?
Has PNNL committed to do anything with the ERI path, or any modeler committed to do anything with the ERI path? Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, we have PNNL under contract to support NEO with this. They provided the modeling and the data that went into our proposal, which to remind folks was based on the 2021 WSEC and comes with a caveat that if you like that approach, we should update it to match wherever the 2024 WSEC lands. So they are under contract with us to do that work. That assumes that the ERI section looks, something like as the way that we proposed, and not, some wildly different, much more complicated version that would, require a much larger scope. But yeah, that's, we do have them under contract for additional support with the ERI. And then, so I think the question then would be more about timing and, whether values have to come in during tag discourse, or if they could come in as part of the public comment process.
Often modeling comes in after the tag process is concluded, because the modelers don't know what the tag is going to do until the tag concludes their work. So often in past cycles, the modeling has come in later. We have an estimate during the tag process, but then during the public comment process, modeling numbers are submitted, and then the council will consider them, and the council can kick those modeling numbers back to the tag to review if the council wants to do that. Thanks, Kevin. Go ahead, Greg.
My understanding was that our goal was to have everything completed minus the table, and the numbers would be whatever we set up on the numbers would be placeholders that would follow afterwards, similar to what happened in the commercial.
Yep.
And from what the tag had discussed, was there actually aspects of both Patrick's and Kevin's proposal that there's things that were valuable to cross in. So for those reasons, I will just motion that we postpone both 40 and 33 until the 11th.
Okay. Thanks, Greg. We have a motion to postpone both. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a couple seconds. All in favor of postponing 033 and 040, say yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Any opposed say no. Okay. Motion passes. These are postponed. We are clipping through the agenda by postponing a bunch of things and occasionally disapproving something. I don't think we've approved anything today. Okay, we are on to 034, which is about a subject I'm sure we could talk for hours about, which is ducts in conditioned space. Nick, are you in the room? Or Kevin, are you presenting?
Yeah, I'm Nick's co-proponent on this proposal and will be presenting on it today. And Krista, I not long ago sent you an updated version, so very sorry for not getting it over earlier.
Yeah, I got it. I'm just trying to figure out where I put it.
It's you got it right on the screen, which is the best place for it to be.
Yeah, I just
Thank you so
saved
much.
it someplace. I'm not sure where. This is straight in my email. So
we discussed this on last week.
Correct.
And tabled it. So we've already had a lot of discussions on this. So let's present the new information. We'll have new discussions on this.
Yeah. Thanks, Chell. So yeah, indeed, we discussed this last time, and a lot of the conversation, not all of it, but a lot of it boiled down to the intent of the code change proposal not being perfectly mirrored in the proposed code language, and definitely there being some opportunities for clarification. So what I've done here is where you see yellow highlight, those are changes from what was originally proposed and what we talked about last week. I also pulled in more of the code language for context from the integrated draft, so it's easier to tell what means what. You'll see, there's the definitions up top in case folks want to look at that. I have some additional sections at the bottom that I didn't have, so it's clear what's happening. One other change that I made, which is not content or substance related, except to make sure that we're citing the right sections, is that I noticed that there was a difference between how this section, this R403.3 section is numbered in WSEC versus the IECC. Is actually what we have is R403.3.9 in the integrated draft, is R403.3.2 in IECC. And so if we just put that where it is in IECC, maybe that makes this more friendly for folks across the border and national builders who are trying to understand what the Washington Code is. And I also identified a place in section in chapter 5 that cited these sections, and unless we do something with that, that's a reference that needs to be fixed, but that gets fixed by renumbering here. So I wanted to mention why there's lots of number changes highlighted here, and that's why. But getting back to the actual substance of what's being proposed here, recall the intent was whereas the current code doesn't dictate anything about where you locate your ducts, the intent of this code proposal was to say the ducts system should either be fully within conditioned space within the thermal envelope, or the duct should be buried, and as the code prescribes that, and that this would allow potentially credit in the additional efficiency measure section to be available for if you went all the way in locating 100% of the duct system inside conditioned space. There was some confusion about the terminology of in conditioned space, which IECC uses, but does not necessarily align with how it's used colloquially. So I agree with participant comments on that, and I've tried to make some changes here to reflect that. Yeah, so that's most of the intro here. So like I said, I got rid of that allusion to the in condition space verbiage, which is not necessary and just adds potential confusion. I added in that R403.3. What I'm now saying 3 section, I added the section that tells you how to bury your ducks if you're doing that, where that had been previously left out erroneously. And so those are the significant substantive changes. I also included at the end of this, if you scroll down, the other places where this sections, in addition to providing the whole section here to show you what the renumbering looks like, which basically just kicks most of these sections numbers up 1. I also included the relevant parts of R405 and R406 so that it's clear to everyone what's being proposed to be changed or not changed that is relevant to this code section. And at the very bottom there, you can see the R404, or the chapter 5 section, which cites the duct leakage and duct location sections. And so if nothing else, those aspects of the integrated draft should be, we should make sure that we align those with the WSEC, and maybe that comes with just correlation at the end of all this, but I wanted to flag that as something that is now solved by this code change proposal as amended here.
Kevin, before you go on, could you briefly explain your financial analysis? Because I looked at that and I just didn't understand what you were saying.
Yeah. So Nick O'Neill, the lead proponent on this, led that analysis, and so I would have to dig deeper into that and to be in a position to explain it very well. So I'm sorry that I'm not able to do that for you right now. But yeah, that information is not reproduced here. So reference to the original proposal linked on the agenda for the detailed cost benefit analysis information.
Thanks, Kevin. I wanted to note for everybody, duct system is defined and it includes space conditioning equipment and ductwork. So when we say duct systems need to comply with something or other, what we mean is duct system, space conditioning equipment, and ductwork. It's a defined term which is new in the 2024 integrated draft. Just want to make sure everybody's clear on that. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, I'm confused. I don't see this. This is different than what's on the agenda, and I don't see a revision posted to the meeting documents. Was this posted ahead of time?
No, I just got it.
Okay, I haven't been able to review this, and for that reason, I think we should table this and discuss it next week. So I'll move to table.
Okay, motion to table. Is there a second?
Second that.
Okay, we have a motion to table in a second. Does anybody have any burning comments?
I was just gonna say, similar to what Patrick was, as I read these things in advance, and even if it had shown up early this morning, it would have been I'll read and looked at it. But I mean, I don't even have a copy, and it looks like it's 4 pages, and I want to give it its due diligence, you know what I mean, and adequate consideration.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. That sounds reasonable. Does anybody have any burning comments they need to make today before we postpone it? Shane.
I guess I'll be more of a heads up comment. Because as I'm reading through it, and I think consistent with the original proposal, this would completely eliminate the ability to have ducts out of the conditioned space, such as running through crawl spaces. Which I wouldn't be able to support regardless. So I kind of want to give that heads up, but yeah. So thanks.
Thanks, Shane. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, that's some of my thoughts here is, and it should be predominant over there on the coast over there. Most all of them run their ductwork underneath in the crawl space there, and they use an insulated duct, but I don't think that would even qualify here. And then on top of it, let's say we have just to give you, for instance, 1,800 square foot home on one level with a full basement underneath it, but the basement isn't finished. I mean, it's just studded up and it is insulated on the perimeter. So where would this fall under? That's what I'm wondering. I mean, on the requirements for for the points that you have to get to do this. So are we going to make it into a 3,600 square foot home, or are we going to fall it back under the 1,800 square foot home? And then on top of it, if we fall back under the 1,800 square foot provisions, would we are we wouldn't require all those ducts under there to be insulated, I would hope. Those are questions I have that I would hope that we could get answered before we move on any further with this proposal. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, not to get into technical detail here, but just regarding the point that was brought up as a heads up about ducts not being allowed in, unconditioned space. There's of course the, small exception for 10 feet. I think that's not what was being discussed. So it's just a picayune point for me to point that out, but less pedantic perhaps is in the R405 path. I have not proposed here, and I went back and forth on this a little bit. I've not proposed for the performance path for the reference home to have ducts in conditioned space and leave it as the standard reference design matches the as proposed. So that would provide a pathway for ducts to be located in unconditioned space. So I just wanted to point that out.
Okay, thanks. All right, the motion is to postpone. So let's vote on it. All in favor of postponing this, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, it's postponed, 034. All right, another one is 016. Which is also about conditioned space. Was there a revision to this submitted? Kevin, you have the floor.
Yeah, Kevin with me. No revision to this submitted, but this one was postponed last time because it is like a subset of the preceding proposal. This would just move the air handler unit inside conditioned space. So logically, folks might want to table this one as well. So if folks want to do that, I won't talk any longer. If folks want to take it up, we can do that as well.
I'll motion to postpone per request.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thanks,
Julie
Julie.
Bossett.
As a tag chair, I'm just going to step back a little bit. I'm trying to get through all these things, and we postponed over half of the stuff we've looked at today. I try not to put too much on the agenda so we don't have people showing up and waiting for 4 hours to get to their proposal and never getting to it. So I try and put not too many things on the agenda, things that we'll get to. We're going to get through the agenda pretty early today because we postponed a bunch of things, which is unfortunate because we don't have that much time together. It means we'll just have to move more speedily through everything else. If there's any good reason to be able to consider this today, I would love to get through as much as we can so that we don't end up having to call extra special meetings on a Tuesday or a Wednesday and spending 6 hours together, as much as I love all of you and your comments. So postponing is fine. It's the motion, but at some point we need to consider these as well. So,
I don't foresee us postponing a lot of the next ones coming up. These ones, I think there's good reason to postpone the ones that we have and are voting on now. But looking ahead, I think we'll be voting on a lot of the following proposals.
okay, good. Patrick.
I'll play the devil's advocate here. I only was in favor of tabling the prior one just because the proponent submitted a significant revision that I hadn't been able to review. But for this one, I'm not in favor of the cost increase and the reduction to project feasibility that this would produce. I don't think the energy savings would outweigh those negatives. So I'd be in favor of just disapproving this one today.
Thanks, Patrick. Go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, and I agree. This is pretty narrow focus. The proposals, we got a chance to look at it before. I would like to not postpone, but we can go through that motion first.
Okay, there is a motion to postpone.
I'll withdraw motion postpone because people want to go through this then.
Okay, thanks, Greg.
I'll move to disapprove.
Okay, we didn't actually, I'm sorry, I didn't give, Kevin, did I give you enough time to talk about this one? I want to make sure it's introduced properly before we make a motion on it.
Yeah, I could spend just a short amount of time on it. I think you gave a little bit, and I wouldn't have been too mad if you allowed the proposal to go through. But anyway, yeah. So this just as opposed to moving the whole duct system, which is air handler and ductwork, inside conditioned space, or at least burying the ductwork. This is the smaller step of that already stepping stone approach to trying to move the duct system fully within conditioned space by just moving the air handling unit inside. This proposal is already included in the modeling basis under which the section R406 credits have been evaluated. So there would be no need, this would have no impact on those credits. There's no risk that proving this would decrease the credits that are available in that section. So that's a feature of this proposal, which is not necessarily true of the one that we were just looking at previously. And yeah, I would just invite folks to look at the strong cost benefit documentation that's provided at the end of the document. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Patrick, since I kind of cut you off because I wanted the proposal to be introduced, I'll give you the floor if you wanted it.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to make a motion so we could keep things along. Move to disapprove.
Okay, we have a motion to disapprove. Is there a second?
Shane, I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion to disapprove in a second. Go ahead, Dwayne.
I'm a little confused here. It seems like you're moving the duct system as we've defined it indoors, but you're still giving the same half a credit for it?
No.
But, well then, what's, could you, this is, it would seem like the credit would go away if it became a mandatory part of the code, right?
Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah. So a similar proposal to this was considered for the 2021 WSEC cycle. It was approved through the TAG and through all the intervening committees and steps to the SBCC, which took this element along with two others out, right before finalizing at least what was then the final version of the 2021 WSEC. It was subsequently amended to de-risk violation of EPCA, But yeah, so the modeling that was done for the 2021 WSEC assumed in the prototype baselines that in all cases, the air handling unit was inside conditioned space, as matching what this proposal would be asking for. So actually, instead of reducing the number of credits here from 0.5 to something lower, this actually right sizes what the current value is for this measure to what the modeling basis was.
I think you're, I don't hear my question answered. It looks like the credit, as you show it on the screen, is for doing what's now going to be part of the base code in our 403, that you have to do it anyway and you're getting credit, right?
Oh, I see. So I think the question comes down to if the HVAC air handler is in conditioned space, then what's being asked for incrementally in the credit, and at least my intent here, my and Nick's intent here was to have the incremental credit be that the duct system is entirely in conditioned space. So, in other words, base prescriptive code would require air handler in conditioned space. R406 credit would require air handler and all the ducts in conditioned space.
So we take out the word systems because we've determined that duct systems is a defined term that includes the air handler, right?
Yep, it's a defined term. Duct system is a defined term that includes the air handler. But if we require the air handler to be inside, then you get the credit for having the entire thing, which is the duct system and the air handler.
Change it to say distribution system or something. Or say distribution system.
Go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, sorry. I thought we're going somewhere with that duct distribution system. Anyways, I guess being consistent with my line of thinking when we were talking about duct work and duct systems, I guess entirely, and is that what I don't want to see is us changing freedom in design. It's very common for furnaces to be located in the garage, that often is unconditioned. I recognize that having it inside the conditioned space is going to improve efficiency. That's why it's a credit option. But I don't think we are with where we need to go in terms of efficiency for this cycle moving forward. Our backs aren't against the wall to the point where we need to start dictating design. So I'm against this proposal and I would be voting it down. So
Thanks, Shane. Ken. Ken, I
Hey
don't
there.
hear.
Yep, I'm here now. Sorry about that. But just another point for consideration, the next generation of heat pump systems that are currently on the market today require an A2L refrigerant, also known as being mildly flammable. And also, they also come with their own considerations for square footage of the room they're installed in. So it will become more difficult to install those in mechanical rooms in conditioned space in the future. So not weighing in on whether I like this idea or not, but just want to reference that consideration for the group.
Thanks, Ken. Yeah, we're dealing with that on the commercial side as well. Go ahead, Shane.
actually, I forgot. Did we ever get a motion on this?
We did. We have a motion to disapprove.
All right, then put my hand back.
Which I think you either made or seconded.
Yeah, Shane, you seconded it.
I did, but then we had enough conversation. I got confused.
Yep.
So
no, it's always good to ask. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, regarding dictating design choice, similar to the last proposal where I mentioned this, not included here is a requirement for the R405 path to have the air handler unit in condition space. So that would be another situation where you would have that path available. And certainly anything we do in adding an ERI path, it depends, of course, what the approved code language looks like at the end. And, you know, it's not real until it's real, of course, but that could provide another opportunity for such situations. Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I spent not too long, full-time job. I spent a lot of years trying to get builders to do ducts inside condition space. And I don't think it's as hard as people, I think there's been there's some of it that's, we need to do it the way we always did it. But there's definitely some practical issues with some designs, and I think it seems like I'm curious what the efficiency gain is from this, what the numbers are, and it seems like you're going to have it in the pocket for the next for one of the code cycles. At some point, we're going to have to write the bullet to do this. But I wondered, wouldn't an approach that would give you more flexibility would be just to set the goal, and since the goal is probably leakage to exterior, then we have that testing in the code, that, you know, the builder can do it how they want. If they have to hit a lower duct test anyway. So either, well, leakage to exterior would be the best test, but I know we test for leakage. Seems so, I was for maybe a way of doing it that would set the goal but not dictate the design. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Okay, I see no more hands up. The motion is to disapprove this one. All in favor of disapproval, say yes.
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 Any
Yes.
opposed, say
Yes.
no. Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, motion passes. 016 is disapproved. We are going to take a break now, but before you go, I wanted to mention that the modeling parameters for R406 in the 2021 code are available. They are on the website. If you go to the Energy Code Tag meeting, it was held on Friday, May 27th of 2022, the Wayback Machine, over 3 years ago. The first proposal is 073. 073 is the proposal that had the modeling on it. So you can go there and you can see a bunch of the assumptions that went into the modeling. So I just wanted everybody to hear that.
What was the date of that?
Can you get that link to Krista and have it sent
Yeah.
to us, please?
It's Friday, May 27th, 22, but I'll send the link to Krista. Proposal 73. And okay, so we are going to go on break right now for 15 minutes, and we'll come back and hit 018. So it is May 27th of 22.
It's on page 3, Krista.
And if you go to the agenda for May 27th, you will see the first proposal is 073. And there's a bunch of information there. And you can scroll there yourself, and there's the proposal itself has different, different information than this, or like a different set of tables and things like that. So there's a few pieces of information around proposal 73 from that cycle that we can include, and I'll send Krista an email with what I have, and then there's a bunch of them and other information. Okay, we're gonna take a 15-minute break. I'll see you all at 12:15, and we'll cover the rest of the agenda. All right, welcome back. All right, we have several more proposals on the docket today. Johnny, you are the next one, 018. So you have the floor.
Thanks. Yeah, we've already gone over this once before, so I'll just reiterate. This is electric readiness proposal. It requires conduit, plug, wiring for basically all major appliances. If you were to put in combustion appliances and codes, dryers, space heaters, water heaters, and cooking appliances also requires physical space for the water heater. This code is already adopted in the state of Colorado, in California, the Illinois stretch code, as well as Massachusetts stretch code, which most of the state of Massachusetts uses. Done.
Thanks, Johnny. Dwayne, you're up.
Yeah, I'll be voting in favor of this. It's going to start making inroads on the problem we've got in front of us to convert existing homes from fossil fuel to electric resistance. So, motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, I'm opposed to this proposal. It adds construction cost without providing any immediate energy efficiency change or change in energy use. And there's nothing forcing people to retrofit as of right now. And while I know that assuming 2066 isn't held revalid by the Supreme Court, then the provision would come back in state law to have no new fossil fuel buildings by 2031. But that conflicts with EPCA, so that's never going to be able to happen as long as EPCA says that there's federal minimum gas efficiency equipment. The code needs to allow for that, and forcing buildings to add on unnecessary cost without producing energy savings is unnecessary, and it will make housing less affordable. It'll reduce project feasibility. So I'm opposed to it. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, so I was going to offer a friendly, hopefully friendly amendment as maybe a compromise. Would you be open to removing the requirement for space heating, for the reason being that oftentimes the electrical circuit that goes to a heat pump is actually wired to the outdoor unit on the outside of the building. And if you're using a gas furnace, you're talking about it's placed indoors. And so for that reason, if you were to add in electric circuit for a heat pump for the space heating, it's not going to be in the right location, and it really buys you nothing. It just increases costs, increases embodied carbon, and has nothing to do with that. And if you needed to add a circuit for the heat pump, like if you want to add a heat pump in the future, I mean, it wouldn't be. I mean, you're looking at you're going to have to run the wire, and it's not really going to buy anything, so it doesn't save. So, wondering, what about just removing the space heater requirement?
Should I respond to that, Joe?
Yeah, please.
Okay. You bring up a good point about the outside unit. This is, borrowed directly from language that's used in other states, and this is kind of how it's written in other states. I am not in favor of removing the spacer provision, but could be interested in friendly amendment if it was, wired. If there's an existing air conditioner for something outside, that it comes within 3 feet of the outside unit of the air conditioner, or panel sizing for a future heat pump load for space heating, something like that.
Well, I mean, your typical home is a 200 amp panel for most homes, and so your 200 amp panel can already handle a heat pump, is already sufficient for that, with the exception of maybe your very large size homes might need a 400 amp panel But other than that, I mean, you already should have capacity for a heat pump without an issue. So that shouldn't be the issue. And most times when they locate the panel, they want to reduce the cost of the service entrance conductors. And so they are usually within 15 feet. I mean, used to have to be required, but with the outdoor disconnect, you can have it as a longer distance. But the builders are still trying to reduce costs. So it's always within usually 15 feet of the exterior. So being that the case, if you only have to go 15 feet or usually less, usually it's like 5 feet just to get outdoors, you can run that conduit to wherever the outdoor unit's going to be fairly easily. And that would be, I mean, it's not going to, like my neighbor just got a heat pump added. They just did that. They just have a gas furnace and they just added a heat pump to their house. And they were done in like half a day in installing that thing, including electrical for it. I mean, it was pretty minor. So, I mean, I don't, adding electrical for a heat pump, you're not locked out of that one. So, I mean, I just see that as a waste. Like if you force someone to install a receptacle power for a heat pump that's not even there, and if they were to add the heat pump, likelihood where you want to put it is different than where they're going to put it. And so you have them, it's all just wasted and you're increasing your embodied carbon quite a bit. So for that reason, I'm going to motion to, as an amendment to remove the space heater from this proposal.
Okay, we have a motion to amend an amendatory motion. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Who is the second?
Oh.
All right. So we have a motion and a second, so we can speak to the amendatory motion. We could also speak to the main motion at this point because we haven't fully discussed it yet. So go ahead, Anne.
Yeah, I want to speak to the main motion and I am against it. I want to remind you that similar proposals were brought before the model code in 2021 and 2024. And they were rejected because, I'll just quote, the International Code Council Board of Directors determined that the scope and intent governing the IECC prohibits the inclusion of measures that did not directly affect building energy conservation. So the intent and scope in our code in the Washington code is the same as the model code. So if we're going to do this, then we have to change the intent. And because right now it doesn't allow futurizing issues. Thanks.
Thanks, Anne. And you're talking about the specific language in the intent section of the residential energy code?
Yes, the intent section in the WSEC is the same language that is in the model code in
Okay.
2024 compared to our current, intent. Yes, the effective use and conservation of energy over the useful life of each building, that's exactly the same that's in the model code.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Larry.
The vast majority of states by a long ways don't have any of this in them in the United States. So that this isn't good to do this. Number two is the AG of Washington has said that 2066 is the law of the state, and this goes against 2066. It also goes against EPCA, because by the time you spend all this money to put all this infrastructure in, you're not going to put gas in. Okay, it's just another way to eliminate gas, and this is wrong. And the other thing is that article that Krista does have now, I wish people would take a look at. Since COVID, building costs have went 40% already, and building industry is down 30% this year alone. We can't afford any of this stuff anymore. This is why the country's going bankrupt. 38 trillion in debt. We can't keep funding this stuff, or we're not going to have a country like this anymore. Okay. And that relates back to the bond market, because the bonds are going to go through the roof, because none of the other part of the world is going to want to buy our bonds, because we can't pay the bonds off. We can't pay the bonds off that we have now hardly. So we need to stop all this extra stuff, and we need to get bare bones and make housing affordable again somehow. We got to get efficiency up, but this does not do that. Thank you.
Larry, I guess maybe we're in agreement on this, but adding 3 trillion to the national debt doesn't seem like a good idea.
Well, no, that is because all this money is being funded from programs and stuff, and we don't have the money to do this anymore, Shell. That's plain blank. That's why a large percent of us voted for Trump, because we don't want to have our children to be burdened with such debt that they can never get out. Thank you.
I'm gonna let that one go. All right, go ahead, Gary.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, to reiterate, just adding cost, no energy savings, fails the cost effectiveness test right out of the get-go. This is a poison pill and a backdoor way to ban gas. Who would install gas if they had to also install electric infrastructure? Nothing guaranteeing that any of this infrastructure will ever be used, which means stranded assets all over the place. And even if people did make changes, nothing to prevent them from putting in a plain old electric stove or a plain old electric dryer, and no requirements to install heat pumps instead. So I think in the end, it gets you nothing. And if you do replace let's just say a gas stove with a little electric stove, you're going to increase energy costs and you're going to increase emissions. So this is just nonsensical, should not be in the code. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Go ahead, Julie.
Michelle, I'd like to speak in favor of the original motion. I think we are all looking to build buildings that are 50+ years life expectancy, and none of us can predict what the future holds. We're all looking for cost-effective ways to protect our homeowners from change, and I think this is a very economical way to give the homeowners the choice, which is I think what our goal is. It's not banning anything, it's giving people choice, and I think it's an easy thing for us to do to help people in the future years of uncertainty.
Thanks, Julie. Go ahead, Dwayne.
Yeah, we're actually discussing the modification right now. Is that right?
Well, since we didn't have much time to discuss the proposal, I am allowing discussion on the main motion as well as the amendatory motion right now. And I think when everybody's had a chance to speak, then we'll get to the specific amendatory motion.
Okay. Yeah, IECC is a very different organization than the Washington State Legislature, and they've put certain restrictions on development of the IECC that we do not have here. They're not equivalent at all, and shouldn't. And that it's an irrelevant consideration, I think. But the point about the outdoor unit for a heat pump, which is where we're trying to go, it seemed to me like instead of just striking that whole thing, we could say terminate within 3 feet of each space heater, or within 3 feet of another designated location for a heat pump, and that would give a builder the option to put it in one place or another, depending on what seemed most reasonable. I mean, there'll still need to be power to the indoor unit, but it's just a much lower load.
Dwayne, that doesn't, I mean, just to respond directly to you, Dwayne,
Yeah.
I appreciate your intent, but I don't think that really addresses the issue because the indoor unit is usually powered from the outdoor unit. So, and also depending on how they design, usually you furnaces at one location, but there's a chance that they could have multiple locations. And if there's multiple locations, it's like you'd only have like one heat pump.
Well, that's why I said, or another designated location for an outdoor unit. That way they'd have choice. They could do it next to the existing equipment or somewhere outside.
Well, I mean, I get the intent. I just, I don't think it actually still meets the intent. I think it's counterproductive because it doesn't enable them to actually. So the presupposition is that it helps you make it easier and less cost effective to put in the heat pump, and that's not true. Like it's going to be just as expensive and and it's going to be just as hard to, whether you put that in or not, because it's likely not going to be located adequately and it has to be changed. And when you modify it, it makes no difference. So that's why I suggested that one. I mean, there's good arguments for for putting a receptacle next to, let's say, a range, but you know, I mean, because it's the location is not likely to move. But for the space heating, you don't know the location, and so it doesn't buy anything.
Yeah, it would have when I just did the upgrade to my house to heat pump from gas, that it would have certainly been convenient there. I wanted to ask you one other question. Actually, you said 200 amp panel is typical, but they're still doing 100 or 120 panels for townhouse and small houses, right?
Well, for apartment complexes, they'll do 100 amp panels oftentimes, but those are a lot smaller in size. Townhouses, I'm usually seeing 200 amp, but I mean, it kind of varies by, I mean, 100 amp is not that, really the cost difference of putting in a 100 versus a 200 amp is so small that there is no, I mean, there isn't really a lot of cost savings, as long as you have your conductors really short in distance, because the actual meter base and the panel is negligible cost. Your cost is in the conductors. And if you have like the panel on the opposite side of the wall of the meter, you have like a 5-foot distance and it makes no difference. So for that reason, a lot of people just, but if you're talking about a big apartment complex, that's where they often put in the 100 amp panels, but then you're talking about small buildings, and you aren't putting a big heat pump, so it's still fine.
I just want future homeowners to be able to easily upgrade to heat pump in the future, and this is what this thing does.
Right. Go ahead, Johnny.
Yeah, I was just mostly responding to Ann's comment about the IECC not putting this into the base code. That was extremely controversial that it was pulled out of the base code. And in the decision, they did move it to an appendix. They didn't throw it away completely. They moved it to an appendix in order to give the option for local jurisdictions to adopt. And I think that that's a really important thing to note. It's like the appendices exist for local jurisdictions, AHJs, to consider. And that's what we're doing today. The space heating point, I think Greg brings up some good points. I'm not sure exactly how to resolve it. I think that I would prefer to see a dedicated branch circuit, at least with rating of at least 240 volts, 30 amps there, especially in buildings that don't have air conditioning. I think buildings with air conditioning, maybe it could be set as, that could be set as the minimum unless there's an air conditioner that is already taking that wiring. It's probably a way to resolve it. Struggling a little bit right now, though. I'd like to hear the rest of the comments before thinking about that one.
Yep. Go ahead, Greg Davenport.
Hello again. Couple thoughts on this initiative here. The first thing to consider, in my opinion, is nearly 100% of residential new construction today is already using heat pumps for space conditioning and hot water. So for the two primary appliances, this is kind of moot in most new construction homes. The second thing is we're seeing more and more builders do the pre-wiring for solar and electric vehicles already. I think builders generally accept that these changes are coming and home buyers are going to want this. So I don't think that's hard. The other thing we see is pre-wiring for solar and electric vehicles and like heat pumps, if they're not already installed, is much cheaper and easier in the beginning when you're building the home. So one last comment, which is there was some discussion about indoor units being powered from outdoor units for heat pumps for space conditioning. I'm going to take an educated guess here that that's maybe 20 to 30% of those units, but many units require power on both ends and 2 breakers on the box. So that's something to consider here if we really want to flesh this out. Any way you slice it, I'm in favor of this initiative. So let's keep going.
Thanks, Greg. Go ahead, Jonah.
Yeah, Greg said a handful of things that I was thinking about too. Certainly emphasizing the point of it's way easier to do this wiring now when you're building the house than trying to retro it later. I think there's a lot of cost in the actual circuit breaker itself, and then the labor to, fish wire around to wherever you need to go. But I was thinking another huge cost that's in the retrofit is that you don't have actual spaces in your panel necessarily to accommodate an upgrade like this later. And that creates a huge extra cost in retro. So even with the space heating part of it, if there is at least, a requirement for blanks for future expansion of your electrical system, seems like a reasonable idea. I mean, I support the original, the original plan of this as well, but I think that if people are worried about, how much embodied cost goes into something when it's being built, perhaps just, requiring that there are ample blanks later, like for solar, for car chargers, et cetera. It doesn't have to be an outlet, but it has to have a ability to expand. So, yeah, that's what I think.
So just for speeding things up, Johnny, would you be open to that last suggestion if we just friendly change it to just being spaces in the panel provided?
Sure.
And that's for the space heater.
So I think it would be
just empty spaces for future circuit breakers.
Do we want to give a size for those?
Well, you just need the spaces. You don't need the size because you wouldn't be providing the breakers. You just have the blank spaces, and then they would select the breakers based on the equipment size. And you don't want to specify it because different heat pumps require different size breakers. It might be 30 amp, it might be 40, it might be 50. So we just say empty spaces for circuit breakers.
Shall be provided for something.
For future space heating. So if I think Dwayne made the original motion. So if Dwayne was, I think procedurally he would have to, him and the second, if they were to sign off on that.
Well, Greg, I believe you made an amendatory motion.
I did, but I mean, if
You can
they
amend your
were willing to
amendatory
accept this on the original one, then it makes my mandatory motion moot, and it would be go away.
I think this is looking good, and it just needs to give a minimum capacity for those empty spaces that are.
Just say 2 pole. Just say 2 pole because then it's a 240 volt.
A 2 pole empty space.
Yeah, 2 pole. So that means you're getting. You can either put a 120 or a 240 volt breaker in there.
And it would also have to say not otherwise designated because I think elsewhere, yeah.
Is it pole, P-O-L-L, P-O-L?
P-O-L-E. 2 pole breaker space. And then you can strike the 4 service breakers shall be provided for future spacing needs. And then you can add the designated thing that Dwayne, two-pole breaker designate, shall be
Not-
provided and designated for future space heating needs.
Yeah, not otherwise designated.
Or simpler, just say shall be designated, provided
Yes.
and designated.
Okay.
Okay, and I guess if you're asking Greg if Dwayne will modify his original motion, then you would drop your amendatory motion?
That is correct.
I'm good.
I'm good as well.
Okay, then I drop my mandatory motion.
Okay. Thank you for working through that. All right, Elizabeth, your turn.
Yeah, thank you. I would, if the amendment had stayed solo, I would definitely say I support the amendment more than the totality of the proposal. And as to respect everyone's time, I'll use a phrase common in the ICC, but I have a lot of me toos for people who have spoken before me. Putting in redundant equipment that may or may not ever get used when we're looking at an affordable housing crisis is somewhat suspect to me, but others have said that more eloquently. So thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I wanted to just speak briefly that, because I don't hear the kind of the feeling opinion spoken that, the reason we're trying to do this is because we accept that carbon emissions are a problem and that using fossil fuels and carbon emissions and methane is a critical step in movement. We have to figure out how to do it sensibly, and I think I can see that, especially the cooking creates a lot of strong feelings and reaction. That I shouldn't take my gas cooking stove away from me, and I see it as a pretty complex issue because there's a lot of resistance to certain things, but are those things the biggest impacts that we can have? Like, is a big argument over cooking, but in fact, cooking is a relatively small energy use in a house. Is that the most important thing? So I guess what I'm leaning towards is I would favor an incremental. I would favor a focus on space and water heating right now, and maybe even cooking off for the moment, because it generates bigger arguments, and in some cases it might be worth having that argument later. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. But I think that the water heating, space heating is really important. The water heating is really important. I do think that heat pump water heaters, we have to look carefully, make sure we're putting something in that's going to get used, that does not be reworked, and particularly with the size of the space and how it can be vented to the outside and all those issues with heat pump water heaters. Anyway, thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a carbon code. This is an energy code, and I'm not seeing any immediate energy savings from this. And I'm also confused because I've heard folks say there's no gas ban, there's no effort to restrict gas use, but then we openly admit that we're trying to force everybody to use an electric heat pump. So I think Washingtonians made it really clear they want flexibility. They want to be able to use whatever energy type they want. And there's a lot of design considerations that go into creating a home, depending on what heating type it's going to use, not just in the sense of fuel, but also whether there's ductwork, the placement, beyond just whether or not there's a conduit. And so I don't think, I don't think we'll ever be able to force people to electrify, but B, I don't think we're saving that much costs, even if that were the case. And this is an energy code. There's no energy savings produced by this. 80% of Washingtonians cannot afford a median priced home. And we need to be looking for ways to cut unnecessary costs and cost increases as much as possible.
Thanks, Patrick. Go ahead, Larry.
Well, it's on space heating side of things, you guys, you don't have a real concept of what goes on here. I mean, Dwayne and his group, they want you to use variable speed heat pumps. Well, if you use a variable speed heat pump, the conductors that you have up the wall probably will not work. Okay. At least 3 of the brands I know, you have to have 2 conductor going to the thermostat and another 2 conductor going to the thermostat, because you're using one of those conductors to give the variable signal back to the outdoor unit or the unit in the basement. So conventional wiring that you have for the low voltage circuit most likely will not work with a variable speed drive heat pump. Okay. And that's one of our biggest problems. And then after seeing the data I did, I probably wouldn't switch to variable speed heat pumps anyway. I kind of looked at it when we changed the 454, and that's where I came with all this documentation after spending a whole day looking at different items and different stuff. But the problem is the low conductors, the low voltage conductors going out there. You can't have them pick up any noise. If they pick up any noise, then they don't operate the unit properly, and it can be real intermittent, and then that's enough to drive you crazy. Okay. And so really there's nothing saying that builders can't add these extra electrical components if they decide to. Okay. To require this, we just added probably $2,500 worth of cost to this home now. And that's not what we need right now. Everybody's screaming. And in that article that Krista has, I mean, that article says it right there. We're in a crisis to get the costs back down so people can afford what they have. A lot of you people are probably making well over 6 figures out there. These people that are trying to buy these homes are making less than $50,000 and trying to feed a family. Okay. And you can't do it. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Greg.
There was some discussion earlier of just putting space on the panel. I think if we're going to do anything, space on the panel is not enough, because you still need the conduit to get the wire through and the J box on the other end. So if we're going to do anything, let's at least get the conduit in the walls and the J box on the other end, just like solar and PV pre-wiring that many builders do already.
Thanks, Greg. Go ahead, Dave Balon.
Okay, thank you. At this point, the previous comment that the space heaters and the water heaters are the main event, that we really don't need to spend much time discussing cooking and clothes drying. Clothes drying is practically non-existent in this region. But in almost all cases, the same problem with electrical service to a system that has a gas water heater in it is as serious and sometimes much more serious than the heat pump itself, because it's located inside the basement or in a water heater closet or something. So if we're going to have to discuss space heating heat pumps, we should probably have the same language associated with water heaters, which in this case, I think what's written here is probably adequate, or at least close to adequate. I would furthermore drop the first 2, just because it's first there. I don't think there's very much savings there, even if you do the conversion, and second, it isn't in a very important place to put our energy.
Thanks, Dave. So I've heard a couple people, I guess, so far say that the first 2 are less important. Right now, the motion is to approve what we see on the screen. So we'll keep going with comments. Dave Balon, your hand is still up.
No, sorry.
Ann, go ahead.
Yeah, regarding ICC, I would not discount ICC. It's a true SDO, Standard Development Organization, and they have strict guidelines for developing building codes that are going to be legally adopted by jurisdictions and states. And unlike us, we're not a SDO, and yet here we are trying to develop a code for our state. So I think it'd really be prudent to follow their example. And in the end, the intent says what it says, and pre-wiring doesn't have anything to do with the effective use of energy. Thanks.
Thanks, Ann. Go ahead, Greg.
I was going to suggest one more friendly amendment, which I think will be non-controversial, is under the 404.5 electric readiness right up there. Would it be amendable to actually add a second sentence behind that that says the electrical circuit for the gas appliance may meet this requirement? It can meet this requirement. So that's just basically stating that if let's say your gas clothes dryer already has a 240 volt 30 amp receptacle, which I don't think they do, but let's say if it were to have that, you wouldn't have to put in a second one. Or the same thing if you had for your cooking appliance. If your gas stove, let's say it was a dual element stove and had 50 amp 240 volt outlet, you don't have to put in a second one just there. You can just use that same connection that's already there. So I would say the electrical used for the fuel gas or liquid fuel appliance may be used to satisfy this.
It is permitted to be used.
Yeah, is permitted to be used to satisfy it.
Is that friendly, Dwayne?
Hang on. The electrical wiring?
Electric circuit.
Circuit. Yeah.
Is permitted, or yeah, used for, is permitted to be used to
No,
meet.
used for fuel gas or liquid gas appliance. You'd say a fuel gas or liquid gas appliance.
Sure. Yeah.
Is permitted to be
used for a.
Is permitted
to meet this requirement.
To meet this requirement, yeah. Yes, that's friendly.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just throw in that there are 110 volt heat pump water heaters out for the. I think effective.
Okay, Dwayne, you have your hand up. You're number one on
that. I heard earlier from Patrick that there are no energy savings involved in this transition, but the transition from gas appliances to heat pumps is tremendous energy savings. He also made the remarkable statement that it's not going to save much cost, but this is a huge part of the cost of converting an existing house. Larry said that conventional wiring won't work with variable speed heat pumps, but my new heat pump just came with a wireless device that we have sitting on top of the piano. That's the thermostat and controller. So the existing wiring is just not an issue and it works fine. And I think he also said it was going to be $2,500 for these blank circuits, but I think he needs a new electrician with some better bids.
I didn't say that.
That was Larry.
Okay. Thanks, Dwayne. Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, I'd just like to reinforce the points that Greg Davenport and Gregory Johnson made, where I think the barrier of entry of having the space on the panel is the utmost consideration here. And I think the biggest barrier to adding any other electrical appliance to a home. I just also want to call out that with the heat pump system, there's also consideration for line sets. And so at what point do we stop pre-installing all this accessories that may or may not work with whatever heat pump system's installed 30 years from now? I think this is being solved by industry currently, where yes, there are ductless, ducted style heat pump systems that the indoor unit gets powered by the outdoor unit. There are air handlers these days that also operate off a 110 volt 15 amp circuit that furnace operates off of. It just cannot have backup or strip heat installed along with it. That would require a 240 volt circuit. So just want to make those two points for consideration.
Thanks, Ken. Appreciate your technical expertise in this. Johnny, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just reinforcing that the intent of the code says that the code shall regulate the design and construction of buildings for the effective use and energy and conservation of energy over the useful life of each building. A building that's built for 50 years, you know, there's a lot of opportunity to save energy over that 50-year lifetime, including putting in a really efficient space heating and water heating system. So maybe adding some conduit and pre-wiring and breakers on the panel would be a good idea when you're building it instead of doing it later when it is going to cost a lot more. Thank you.
Thanks, Johnny. Go ahead, Deepa.
Yeah, I just wanted to note that Anne's point about the IECC and us listening to the IECC, I think it exactly is why because the IECC had this as an optional code for local jurisdictions, is exactly why this is legally defensible, since the IECC would also be looking at EPCA impacts. I also, I would like to speak about cooking appliances if that's a topic that keeps coming up, but
Speak about what?
Cooking appliances.
Oh, yeah, no, that's on the table. Go for it.
Well, I don't think I need to unless the topic comes back up, since there's only one more hand, but if it does, I will speak on that.
All right, thanks, Deepa. Go ahead, Larry.
Dwayne, you were misguided because you don't have a variable speed heat pump anymore if they used wireless to power it. They have two-stage wireless systems that you can use. So you paid your big bucks for a variable speed heat pump that can only run 2 stages. They don't make wireless systems to vary the speed of the heat pump at present. And the only one that I know of that even considers to do that is the Red Leak system by Honeywell. And that is only a 2-stage heat pump system. So you paid big bucks for a variable speed unit and you're not getting what you paid for. And there's a lot of contractors out there that will do that and they'll sell you that, but you're really not getting what you paid for. And then on the comment of $2,500, I mean, have you priced the cost of number 6 wire for some of this stuff and number 8 wire? I mean, it's gone through the roof like you can't believe. Plus the labor rates to have this stuff done. And then by the end of the day, the guy that's running the shop has to make a profit or he'll be bankrupt too. And so, especially if we're adding additional runs. Okay. So if you're talking about a heat pump and you're going to replace the gas furnace, now we're running one run out to the heat pump. We're going to have to run a bigger cable to where the air handler is if you're going to convert it over to electric. And then you're going to have probably close to
well, Larry,
maybe
just to be clear, the current motion does not include running conduit to a heat pump space heater. It only includes breaker space. That's
the breaker space. Okay. But so we started out at that, and that was where my comment was for 2,500. Okay. But okay. And that's more than fair. And so then when you start adding all these little items up, by the end of the day, that's why we're 40% higher than what we were and before COVID. And it's got to stop because we can't afford this. And we can't afford this because each one of these increments that we've already done is keeps pricing us further and further away from what the Washington public can afford. Okay, sure, there's a small percentage of you that make five, 6 figures, and you can afford this, but the vast majority of workers out here can't. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Ann.
One last comment. The correct pathway for this is in the appendix. So, and that's what ICC determined. So the state should adopt put this in the appendix and then adopt the appendix. This is not where it belongs. Thanks.
Thanks, Ann. Go ahead, Johnny. And
I disagree. Thank you.
We're going to vote. Go ahead.
I just disagree with what Ann just said. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Johnny. We've heard a lot of testimony. We've modified the proposal slightly. As you see on the screen, the motion was made to approve it. And as modified is my understanding of the motion, because the maker of the motion has considered these friendly. So let's do a roll call vote. A yes vote is to approve this as modified. A no vote is to do something else.
Julie Blazek. I don't see her on the list right now. Nate Geller.
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin.
Yes.
Jason Garrett.
I don't think he's on the call anymore, so Jonah says yes.
Albert Rooks.
Yes.
John Lang.
Yes.
Greg Davenport.
Yes.
Irina Respetness. Yes. Elizabeth Torsky.
No.
Poppy Storm.
Yes.
Wade Craig.
I think Wade's gone now. I'm here, so I'm his,
Okay, Larry.
yeah, no.
Rick Blumenthal. Oh, Rick is gone. Ann Anderson.
No.
Tom Balderston.
Oh, I'm sorry, does voting no mean we have a chance to modify it further? Or
If this
go
gets
away?
voted down, yes, a motion to approve this with modifications, different modifications would be in order.
I'll vote no.
Shane Nellis.
No.
Luke Howard.
Yes.
Greg Johnson.
Abstain.
Deepa Savarajan.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 10-5.
Okay, motion carries 10-5. 018 as modified is approved. We are on to 008 Jones. Jonathan, are you here or is somebody here to represent Jonathan?
I am here.
Oh, great. All right, you have the floor.
Which one is this one? This is a proposal to get third-party testing into the code. We hear various, sorry, I was in the middle of something. Let me shift gears here. We get a lot of phone calls on the hotline, various different opinions about whether or not enforcement and do we have to pass a blow door test. And anyways, long story short, there seems to be a lot of confusion in the state about blow door testing in general. So we're looking to get some people in who are certified third-party individuals to perform the testing.
You're muted now, Jonathan. Jonathan, I can't hear you. You're muted.
Yeah, sorry about that. My keyboard's being kind of funky. I must have hit space bar or something. We did put an exception in for rural areas. I'm not a big fan of the rural area exception, but I did want to be conscious about increasing costs in construction. In the major metropolitan areas, there's plenty of individuals who can perform this testing. The extreme rural areas are a bit more difficult to get this expertise. And so the exception then would say at that point in time that the individuals could still perform the testing. It just wouldn't have to be third party.
Thanks, Jonathan. Are you done?
I'm finished.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so the proposal includes required third-party testing, the report, and then there's an exception for rural communities. Go ahead, Albert.
Thank you. Hopefully I'm not jumping the gun and absorbing this correctly. I strongly support this proposal, and I want to note that third-party testing has been a requirement in British Columbia for a number of years right now. It's done by a group of accredited providers who are also competent in energy modeling and building physics, building science. This will actually give us a better backbone to work with ventilation design, and will strengthen the results of any energy modeling on the building if we can maintain reasonable air tightness. I think I'd like to make a motion to adopt, but I want to leave room for more discussion. And so I'll turn that over to someone else. And thank you for bringing this proposal forward.
Thanks, Albert. Go ahead, Greg.
Hello again. Couple quick thoughts on this one. Air tightness is a big driver for energy efficiency, so everything we can do to improve air tightness will really help with energy efficiency. Washington State has required blower door testing for 12, 13, 14 years, something like that, which is great. We were an early adopter. I am shocked out there in the field when I still see wildly inconsistent results. We get people questioning our blower door test numbers compared to other people who are more flexible. And I think it's time we get a little more oversight on this. So I'm in support of this initiative.
Thanks, Greg. Go ahead, Tom.
Sorry, I reached the button. Yeah, I guess I had a question of Jonathan. Does this require that the person doing the testing be a HERS rated? That's my question. But in general, I would support it. I think I mean one of the issues, we have a lot of different people doing testing, and I think maybe it is cost effective, but sometimes we see a whole set of tests and they all say 2.01, you know, about the row houses and kind of wonder. The other issue is I think air barrier is a great system, but I think we have to clarify that, as I think, I'm not sure if some inspectors are accepting the tests done at the time the air barrier was installed, and most of the time we're getting tests that are not as good as the air barrier test on final test. Partly because they have been asked to be doing it, but so I support it to get more consistency, but I'm hoping there will be some flexibility in maybe different types of certifications that we invest into that. I hope John can answer my question.
Yeah, I'd be happy to answer the question. I was leaving it open to any certified parties, right? There's ASHRAE inspectors, there's BPI guys, there's LEED guys, there's ResNet guys. And I was trying to leave that specifically open and agnostic. I was trying not to eliminate one particular program that trains these building science geeks over another.
Jonathan, I'm looking at the integrated draft, and it's a little bit different than what you have here as the. Okay, yeah, you're crossing out the written report and writing a different version of a written report with a timestamp. Okay. And also this section would be in R4 2.5.1.2 per the integrated draft, but that's minor. That's just a numbering issue. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand the difference here between the current code. Is the current code saying here's the standard you have to use, but like a building official could do it, or a builder could do it, or an installer could do it, and this is now requiring that it's done by a third party, or is it just clarifying how that third party testing should occur?
Currently, anybody can perform the air barrier test. You must be RS-33 certified to perform the duct test. The test that you currently perform on a single family residence is the ANSI ICC ResNet 380 standard. And as you start to move into multifamily, as the standards are listed down towards the bottom for the group R2 for that are different that you can use for the multifamily projects.
So is this just adding in specific information that they need to include in that testing or that report?
Yeah, I mean, at the moment they're leaving affidavits, which could be filled out at any point in time, right? It's always been up to jurisdiction to enforce a time-stamped or location-stamped document. This is actually just mandating that the individuals using the testing equipment use the free provided apps that come along with them and print out the report and give it to the jurisdiction.
Okay, thank you.
That would mean that you wouldn't be able to do it at the house necessarily. You can't necessarily print it there, so you know the report to the inspector of those, right?
Yeah, like the one that I use, not to pick a brand over another, but I was trained on Total Energy Conservatory. I can immediately text it to anybody. I can email it from the spot from anybody from the app, or I could go back to the house and print it out and leave it at the job site later on. There's many different options of deliverables through those app softwares.
Nothing. Go ahead, Shane.
So I'm concerned about this language in the exception. Mainly from a prior building official standpoint that I don't think based on the way that rural areas are defined, that there's any, it's not clear enough. Basically what this would result in is everybody would make that argument and it would just be very difficult, I think, for a code official to be consistent, particularly if their county is large enough that they have to deal with a variety. So I don't have a way to improve it. I wish I did. I just don't like the way it's written. So I think it's going to lead to issues in how it's enforced.
Yeah, if I may comment, there's actually written in blue down past this that we gives into the description. I'm actually not a big fan of the exception. I believe there's a lot of utility programs that have generated individuals who can do third-party testing in extreme rural areas. But there are some crazy rural areas that it's a good, 2 or 3 hour drive to get where you're going to do the testing. And so I was just trying to be conscious of this and trying not to increase costs for the community. It does say I would prefer this being accepted without the exception.
Thanks, Jonathan. Go ahead, Albert.
I think my question and my concern is what denotes third party. Does third party exclude an installer?
That would typically be the case. A third-party individual would be somebody who did not perform services in the construction process on the property. So the insulator could no longer do the blower door test. The duct guy could well, this isn't duct, but you get what I'm saying. It would not allow the insulators to perform the air barrier test as part of their services anymore. They'd have to actually hire out to a third-party service.
Thank you very much. That's actually the change that I'm looking for, or that is important to me. Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Dwayne.
So I see a problem with the main sentence there. Kind of grammatically, it says a report of the test results shall include the location and timestamp, the data points, and shall be conducted. But you mean that, and the test shall be conducted and signed. The test shall be conducted and the report signed. So I'm thinking that this should include a sentence that says the test shall be conducted and signed by an approved agency that was not involved in the design or construction of the building. Because we don't have a definition for third party, and for many people it means somebody in the same company that didn't do that work. So, and also I am trying to decide what is or is not a rural community is going to be really hard. And I would say that instead we could just put the words in cities or towns instead of saying having an exception for rural communities, because there's going to be forever arguments about who's in or is not in a rural community. So I think just wording wise, this has a fair amount of work to do.
Yeah, I feel like the rural community definition is could be worked on a bit.
You can say if there's no third party available within so many miles.
Well, that's a tough one for a code official to know when they say it's not available. I was thinking you could also say that it only applies to anything within 30 miles of I-5 or I-90. You pretty much pick up everybody, right?
Well, no, there's Richland and Pasco and
well,
Yakima.
Spokane, Battleground, Camas, Vancouver. There's lots of places. Again, I'd actually prefer that it went through without the exception. I was just trying to be conscious of cost was all. No, you're onto a good thing, because if somebody lives up in Okanagan, there's probably no qualified tester within 3 hours, right?
Yep. Okay, so it sounds like we need to work on the language, because I also agree that the language is not great. I was wondering if we could call out certain counties or other locations or something like that. But I think something on here needs to work, and I don't know that we can wordsmith it unless anyone has does anybody have a really brilliant idea to define rural communities? If so, unmute and say your brilliant idea.
You could do distance from population center greater than so much.
Like 50 miles from a population center of 30,000 or more, or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know what the numbers ought to be. Probably a work group needs to decide that, but
yeah, to your I was thinking work group as well, because I think that is a challenging bit of this.
Can I add one other thing that should be considered in the work group? That software, I'm not familiar, I've never used it. I'm wondering, does it require an internet connection? And in which case, would that mean that if someone does not have internet connection in a likely a rural area, that software would not work?
It's just a cell phone mobile data.
But what if you don't have cell service? There's a lot of places that don't.
You'd have to send the report later.
Yep.
Could you? And then what about if someone because I know a lot of people who create their own spreadsheets and they create their own little software in Excel, more or less. And would that be not allowed then?
The purpose of requiring the documentation of the software is it immediately timestamps and location stamps the test.
Yep.
Well, probably things that should be discussed in a work group. Just analyze to see if we're not making any challenges for rural areas.
Does anybody want to postpone this?
I'll motion to postpone.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Anybody else have input for the work group before we probably vote to postpone this? If you want to join the work group, no need to bring up your comments right now. Dwayne. Patrick.
I'll just email my thoughts on an exception to Jonathan.
Okay, sounds good. Anne?
Yeah, I don't want to join this work group, but I just don't know how you could accept a house based on where it's being built. You can't do that with other code items. So like snow load or earthquake or even in the energy items. But I am not a fan of this proposal introducing third-party testing for residential work. But I just wanted to throw that out there.
Thanks, Anne. Go ahead, Luke.
A couple things. One was I imagine I can find some definition of rural communities in some of the programs that Commerce runs. So I'll find that and send it off to Jonathan. Secondly, I was curious for Jonathan or Albert or any of the builders or designers here, how much air leakage affects the design of the systems they put in these homes. I imagine if you have a an air leakage rate well above what was intended for the design of the HVAC systems, there's going to be problems heating or cooling the house. I'm wondering, and even if you've got, maybe you're installing an HRV or ERV system, that might affect the design of those systems and the effectiveness of them.
Luke, to answer your question, it's a pretty dramatic difference when you go from a code minimum house to, let's say, a 1.5 ACH 50 house or 2 ACH 50. It may bring down the heating, cooling load 5 to 10%, which in some cases may mean smaller equipment, better energy efficiency, and all of that. So if they can go from a 3-ton heat pump to a 2.5-ton heat pump, they save money there.
Yeah, and also, kind of the smaller the heating load or the cooling load gets, and the smaller the volume of the building, having the air tightness accurately be reflected on how those loads were calculated, and then the equipment sized and applied makes a big difference. You can kind of take right sizing and be on the wrong side of right sizing and being able to meet load or be able to meet it in various ambients. So it's pretty important.
Thanks. All right, go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, so I just want to kind of add into the whole exception. I do agree with someone else just made a statement about how if you have the code apply in certain areas and not other, that's not really what we do. And I mean, I agree with that statement. So there's a weirdness in general about trying to even make that work. So from that, I would take a step back and think about what's really trying to be achieved as far as that independence. Something to look at just to try to get some feel on what may or may not be appropriate is in case of special inspection in the IBC, there's language in there that creates a separation between the people doing the work and the people doing the inspection. And also would like even in that, there's typically you would say, well, it has to be employed by the owner, not the contractor. But even in that, even in the case of the special inspection, it recognizes that sometimes the owner is the contractor, and it would allow for that to occur. So I'm not saying like go and duplicate what's in chapter 17 of the IBC, but just take that as maybe as a feeling of what is appropriate when trying to draw the line on how much separation you need to have for these blower door tests.
Thanks, Shane. Jonathan, did you get all that?
I can watch the video of the recording of this to make sure I encapsulate all of it.
Okay. Okay, cool. And the videos for these things are usually up pretty quick within a couple days. Okay, so the motion is to table this one, and then have a work group. We're going to ask for work group members later, but all in favor of tabling this proposal, say yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, it's been postponed or tabled. So who wants to help Jonathan with the code language?
Yeah, Dwayne.
Okay.
We'll join.
John Lang and Dwayne. Who else?
Shane.
Shane, okay. Tom Ballerston as well. And Krista, can you help connect Jonathan with these folks?
Sure.
Awesome. Okay. All right. Thank you. And Jonathan, you are not out of the woods yet. You have 009. And that's what's up on the agenda now.
All right, and I do apologize. I was waiting for my turn so patiently that I was actually on the row machine last time, so I had to catch my breath. I do seriously apologize for my last intro. All right, this current intro this in particular is adding a new test to the code. We often make people test for duct leakage, which is a big deal. We assume an 88% DSE, which stands for distribution system efficiency. So if your ducts are outside, we're assuming you lose about 12% of the efficiency on the equipment. And so we perform these tests to make sure that they're performing correctly. So we're getting a pretty good use of the efficiency of the equipment, but we never actually test the HVAC system themselves. And to bring up the case in point was during COVID when there was a big issue with the chips and everybody was putting in cold climate units. Nobody was putting in sort of backup systems. Nobody understood the conception of capacity. And so people were pulling permits, trying to switch out equipment because the equipment that was installed often didn't have enough capacity for the system at the design temperature. And so all I'm proposing is a quick capacity check. It's utilized in the 310 standard, which is a heat pump commissioning standard that is an ANSI ICC ResNet standard. And I'm specifically referencing task 6. I believe it's task 6 is how you measure the CFM with that reference. So we just want to make sure that everybody measures that the flow in the same way. And there are several different ways to perform this test. I provided it at the end of the document. In reality, the HVAC company should have this equipment already available to them. And one of the items on task 6 only requires a manometer to determine flow. So it's not like we're asking people to buy new equipment. The test would be just measured as CFM times 1.08 times delta T, and delta T would be the temperature coming into the unit versus the temperature coming out of the unit. And this is a quick capacity check. As we're a heating dominated climate, this is a heat capacity check. This is not a cooling load, which is typical with like the Freon weighing and such that you see in the 310 standard.
Thanks, Jonathan. That was your intro? Okay, let's go to Jonah.
Just a quick question. Would the person doing this kind of test likely be the same person doing the blower door tests?
It could be, but typically I see an HVAC contractor do this. And they usually have the equipment, like I said, like a manometer to get pressure on the system to figure it out. And again, this is for ducted type systems kind of to check. And it is one of the tasks that's typically done for commissioning these kind of systems. There's other ones that are included in that 310 that are really great. There's actually software and Bluetooth equipment you can buy to get this done really easy now. Most of the verifiers you see performing Energy Star standards have taken specific training to perform this, so those individuals will be able to perform it as well. You would just have to be able to understand how to measure the CFM, and that is spelled out in the task 6 for the 310 standard.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks. I'm sure this is not a very difficult test to do. I've done some similar in past career stuff. So yeah, I'm just thinking of it in relationship to sort of the conversation about rural and saving time and money and not having too many parties involved. If it was the same person as the blower door, perhaps there's efficiencies there. But in general, I support this.
Yeah, to be clear, I did not put a third-party requirement in this proposal. That is only in the other proposal.
Thanks. Go ahead, Greg Johnson.
Yeah, I think this is a great requirement. Thank you for bringing this forward, Jonathan. Quick question though. One is what happens if they don't meet the requirements? Like it doesn't really say what happens if you are not within 10% of the design.
Your system would not have enough capacity to keep the home adequately temperatured. You would need to make corrections.
But I mean, this doesn't say, so it's just notifying the homeowner that your system has failed the test, and now the homeowner, which I'm fine with that if that's the route we're going. If it's just notifying them, hey, your heat pump was not sized properly, and then the homeowner could bring a claim if they want against the HVAC contractor, or they could just let it go, whatever they wanted.
Yeah, well, typically speaking, you can't have a home that gets a certificate of occupancy that doesn't have the capacity to maintain the temperatures necessary at 68 degrees. You no longer consider conditioned space. So they would have to fix the unit.
Okay, well, I'm fine with how it's written. And And then I guess one last quick question. Last thing is capacity shall be within 10% of the ACA manual J, S, and D, which those are the calcs, but would it be better to just say within 10% of the design? I'm just thinking of some edge cases where maybe you put in a heating, you know what I mean, where the system is not their primary use, it's some, you know, I mean, secondary use, and they still perform the calculations, or I'm not sure. Chances are it's going to be the J, S, and D, but
this was the reason why I brought up the JS and D, particularly within 10% of it, is that codes demand JS and D, and I see a lot of folks still utilizing our permit holders as the gospel for HVAC design, and it shouldn't be. They were just designed to be placeholders, and so I'm specifically referencing the ACA manuals to make sure that folks are actually performing the ACA manual calculations for the state.
okay. Well, thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Go ahead, Albert.
Yeah, I also like this proposal very much. I like that it's really done by the HVAC and solar, and that it's a final step in commissioning. Seems like that makes really good sense. I understand that there must be some issues that this is addressing. Like is there some kind of history that we can call on in how often systems are tested and found not to meet capacity within the 10%. Yeah, thank you. That's it.
Thanks. Go ahead, Larry.
I see a lot of fallacies here. Because number one, what are you going to do in the summertime? Okay, you're off the chart to begin with. So the other thing is the ACK and the manual J, if I probably run it on my computer and do what you guys are trying to do, it's going to give me a blip because you're going to say that you're going to short cycle the equipment. Because normally with ACK and manual J, you find your air conditioning load, what it is. And then you go one size more for the heat pumps load size. Okay. And that's what my computer equipment would tell us. So the problem is getting results in the summertime that really makes sense, because if you can look at those charts that I give you, I think on the heating side, it cuts off at 65 degrees. Okay. And so anything beyond that has not been tested. So, so they don't know where you're going to be. You're probably going to get more, but does that accurately reflect what the equipment's doing? So it would have to be done during those test periods, and with the outdoor temperature the way it is, because you vary the amount of heat that you get. And the thing is many manufacturers don't even come close to those charts I gave you. Okay. Most of them don't give you the charts that I gave you. And that's one reason why I do use that particular brand of equipment, is because they have the engineering data to come behind you. And so like, I mean, I think it was every 5 degrees or 10 degrees, they had the BTU output there of what you should be getting in the heating area. So that's what I would say. And then this would only be for heat pumps, of course. But I mean, it would be hard to and it'd be hard to justify, because a lot of your building and stuff is going to be well above 70 degrees out here when you're going to be testing this stuff. And I don't even know if it's recommended to run it in the heating side of things when it's 80 or 90 out, because your coil that you have inside isn't anywhere near the size of the coil that you have outside. Okay. And so when you switch to go to heating, your coil size is dramatically reduced. And if it's 90 out and you're trying to do the test, your head pressure is going to go through the roof. Thanks.
Thanks, Larry. Is there a response to that?
Your heating system heats regular temperatures throughout the year. And the difference that you're talking about is not going to cause system issues. This task has been performed across the entire country since the 310 standard has been mandated for the $2,500 tax credit. And then they're doing the capacity checks as well as they're doing a freon check, which I did not include here because we have no cooling requirements in the state of Washington.
Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, I have a question for multifamily. If you have a 3-story, 36-unit building, would they have to perform this test for each unit, or can they just perform for a certain percentage of the units?
I mean, ideally, each unit would be tested, but I can see your point as this code has allowed sampling for the first time. I'm not against allowing for sampling either. I just find that typically with sampling protocols, you tend to miss things.
Go ahead, Dwayne.
So I see a number of problems here. And first is that I don't perceive this is a problem that new houses don't have enough heating. That's part of, if that was the case, then there'd be a complaint from the home buyer and they'd have to get that fixed as part of a warranty issue. In any case, it's not an energy efficiency issue at all. And therefore, if this was going to go into any code, it would go into the mechanical code, not the energy code. It's been described as applying to ducted systems, but it doesn't say anywhere that it's ducted systems in particular. It doesn't require a report. It doesn't say what you have to do with this information. We've talked about it getting to the owner, but it's not even clear that the owner would see it, much less the code official. It contains a calculation, but also says use one of the approved test methods, which I think would include the calculation. So overall, I think there are just too many problems with this to approve it.
Thanks, Dwayne. Go ahead, Shailesh.
Yes, we had in the past in the Energy Code of Washington State Energy Code, a prescriptive way of sizing an equipment, meaning based on simply square footage and size 3-ton, 4-ton equipment. And we have checked so many buildings, so many residential building in city of Seattle, and none of them were oversized or I would say undersized. And this is something we were, every people are asking for calculation, and it's a lot of cost actually to generate that document. And most people are putting a right size of equipment inside the building. And Dwayne, I think we did a study to come up with that prescriptive method that was in the code earlier. And I would say that we can simplify this whole procedure by providing a prescriptive way of calculating. There was a time where it was required because before energy code, there was a lot of no insulation, building were not tight, etc., etc. Now people have rule of thumb. They know what the size is. Thank you.
These two proposals come from comments that are on the hotline that we received from WSU's technical support. These are not proposals made up just because I would like them. It's addressing issues that we receive phone calls on constantly.
Thanks, Jonathan. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I guess that's my question about ductless equipment. Energy Stars, you know, it exempts ductless from several of these tests in the 310 standard. So I just is the is the proposal clear that this would have to be done on ductless heat pumps? It doesn't seem like the wording is quite clear in that. That's my question.
Measuring the airflow on a mini split is relatively difficult. It would not be included in this. This is typical with a duct system for you to be able to measure the capacity of the flow as well as temperature coming in and temperature coming out. I'm sure if you MacGyvered a mini split, you could probably do it, but I'm not asking anybody to MacGyver anything. You know what I'm saying? So
well, my
this would
comment
definitely
is just that is the wording clear for that? Because I don't know if the wording mentions that. That's all.
I mean, that's a reasonable question. Is the wording clear?
That it's a centrally ducted system. Maybe at the beginning, be performed, a heating capacity check should be performed on a centrally ducted system.
Yeah, is that the intent, Jonathan?
Yeah, no one's going to test the mini splits. As a matter of fact, we have a different program that we were doing some testing under, and we're trying to figure out how to test the mini splits airflow has been fun for some of us. So it is specifically designed for ducted systems.
So that's probably good language if for those of you who like the proposal. Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Tom. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, I think that there's some language changes. I heard some people who are, real interested in this proposal, probably moving this to a dedicated subsection that makes it clear that it, only applies to centrally ducted systems straight off the bat, would be helpful. But getting back to content, so we've heard about making sure that there's, sufficient capacity to heat, but this requires that the results are within 10% above or below. So does this get at any situations where manual J's and the like are filled out, which don't end up matching what's in the fields? Potentially the other situation, I'm not sure how frequently it might come up, but where equipment is oversized, larger equipment than what was put in for the manual J is put in, because that could avoid oversizing, short cycling, etc. And so there energy and potentially other air quality, durability benefits related to that. So is that part of the intent of having the requirement that it's within 10% above or below of that test?
Yeah, I talked to a few different people. 10% was kind of what they landed on the heat pump side. And it is because of the different ways that folks may place information into the calculation. And so the review should happen of a manual when you're taking the permit process. And I understand it's not very commonplace at the moment. But you'd be able to take a look at it and make sure that the home that is in the manual should match what they give you as the permit. And when you look at the permit information on the plan set and whatnot, it should match the manual. And in that case, you should be plus or minus within 10% because, well, my predecessor used to say it best, nobody gets 100. There's always small variations in these things.
So if it's minus 10%, does that mean they don't have sufficient capacity?
Typically they do because the unit you pick is going to be over your capacity requirement at the design temperature. So for instance, let's say I have a 30,000 BTU load for heating and I have a 28,000 BTU load for cooling. They're going to go up to the next size, which is 36,000.
Yeah.
To a point that was made earlier, I think this starting at the 4 centrally ducted heat systems could be 403.7.3. Just so it's clear that everything below that is only for centrally ducted systems. Does that seem reasonable?
Before you get there, Shell,
Yeah.
Is this the right code? This is not an energy efficiency requirement. It's a quality of installation and mechanical system requirement, and it seems like it should be in the residential code, not the energy code.
Okay, I guess to the extent that this is a proposal that's appropriately named, I think this is a better version of it. But there's no motion on it yet to approve it or deny it. Go ahead, Shane.
I'm trying to get my head wrapped around what this is even going to do. These flow measurements are it's described within the equation as occurring at the air handler, at the supply and return. There's also a reference to ResNet 310 task 6, which what I'm looking at, that standard only goes through task 5. So I don't even know what task 6 is. But if this is actually occurring just on either side of the air handler, is that not just a quality control of the manufacturer equipment, which seems like we're suddenly stepping into the manufacturing world? I don't get, I need some guidance from the proponent on how this is exactly done and exactly what it achieves.
Yeah, if you scroll down further in the proposal, it actually lists all the tasks from the 2019 version of the 380 standard, which is the most recent version of the 380 standard available to the public. Or should have been provided, and it was provided along with it as a PDF possibly. Let's see. Slow down.
Yeah, I looked it up and I just got 5 tasks. Okay.
And Jonathan, you just said 380, but we're looking at 310 is what's in the proposal?
I'm sorry, you are correct with the correct number with the 310. I did say the wrong one. Too many standards wrapped up in my head here. I do apologize.
Is this task 6 just taking the static pressure readings on both sides and then compare it to the manufacturer's chart?
I believe I forwarded along the document along with me. Maybe I did not. I apologize. Let me see here. Because it talks about the different measurement types, and then there was some cost inclusion for this as well. All right. So let me find, I'm in the 310 standard as I'm looking. I cannot share the whole standard. It's the standard. Give me just a second. Because this is a long evaluation design information. I'm looking for design information. Sorry, it's a 129-page document. I'm scrolling as fast as I can.
Yeah. Okay, we'll come back to that. Bring it up when we get there. Go ahead, Poppy.
Yeah, so I think there are likely some things that would need to be worked out on this proposal, for example, in a working group, just to finesse the language. But I just wanted to say a few things here, and that's that it is potentially an energy efficiency issue. The sizing can definitely affect the efficiency of the unit. And one of the reasons is that when it's undersized, for example, it can often kick in more often to the electric resistance backup. So you don't have complaints because people are getting that heat, but it's being a high fraction of it is from the electric resistance, and that's a major consideration for efficiency. So I just wanted to point out here that this is very related to, or at least adjacent to, the proposal that we already addressed and approved, which is 012. And we already added an R403.7.3 specifically for centrally ducted heat pumps for specific requirements relating to sizing. So I would think that we would potentially want to add any of these additional requirements under that new subsection, and maybe it could be considered within the context of what we already added there around balance points.
Thanks, Poppy. Did you suggest a work group?
Yes.
Oh man, really?
Well, we can spend the time now trying to figure this out, but it seems like there's a decent amount of confusion about why this would be needed and what exactly should be in there and how it relates to things that are already in there related to other proposals. So
a motion to disapprove would be another way to deal with it. I'll try that. Motion to disapprove.
Okay, we have a motion to disapprove. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to disapprove in a second. Go ahead, Tom.
Well, I was just concerned about the capacity limit of 10%. I think that should be a bit more liberal, 15 to 20. Because if the smaller sizes you get, the harder it will be to be within 10% in a smaller load house.
Yeah.
That's all.
Okay.
To add to what Tom's saying, I have some concerns about saying plus or minus 10% or 15% or whatever the number. ASHRAE Act design principles say must deliver at least 100% of your heating. So over 10, 15, 20% I can live with. Under, I don't think we want to encourage in our code language.
Okay, thanks. Albert?
All good points. To the proposer, I'm assuming that the capacity delivery assumes or presupposes that there's duct leakage testing, so we're within a norm that's related back to the sizing, and duct insulation that is within a norm that's related back to the sizing, those being a couple of significant contributing factors. And I'm curious, and I don't know, is where physically within the system, where are the measurement points? Like on the building side, specific length away from source, or how's that working?
Yeah, specifically the temperature is taken at the intake and the extake or the output of the system. So you're just taking it there just past the system itself, not down the line in the duct system at all. So the duct wouldn't have a much effect on the temperature that's coming in and out of the unit itself. The flow can be taken in a couple different ways. That's why we're referencing it was task 6, but it's actually it's task 3.6. My apologies, I did not put the 3 in front of it. And then 3.6, it goes through a whole bunch of different methods of how to measure the system, and each one is different based on what kind of pressure method you're going to use. Like if you're just doing a manometer, then you take a static pressure test, which can be done right there at the air handler. Flow plates are optional, flow hoods are optional. So that's why we included that specific section of the 310 standard, was there was lots of different ways to make sure you measured the flow appropriately.
Okay, so it excludes duct loss, duct leakage, insulation loss, heat loss. Got it. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'd like to vote on this now. The vote is to disapprove. If it is not disapproved, then tabling it and having a work group on it seems like a great idea. Greg?
I was just going to call the question. But...
Well, no need. We're going to vote. Okay. We're going to do a roll call vote, and it's a vote to disapprove this. So a yes vote disapproves it, a no vote does something else with it.
Okay. Julie Blasik?
Abstain.
Nate Giller?
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin?
Yes.
Jonah Kinchi?
I'm going to say yes.
Albert Rooks?
Abstain.
John Lang,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Abstain.
Irina Respetness,
Abstain.
Elizabeth Torsky,
Elizabeth?
Elizabeth, are you there?
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
Abstain.
Larry Andrews,
I'll vote yes because there's not data to do it at the warmer
Just to be
temperatures.
clear, just to be clear, the only thing you're allowed to do is say yes or no or abstain. There's no notes on your vote.
Yes.
Ann Anderson,
Yes.
Tom Balderson,
No.
Shane Nellis,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
Abstain.
Greg Johnson,
Abstain.
Deepa Savarajan,
Abstain.
motion carries 8-1 with 8 abstentions.
The abstentions have it. All right. Motion passes. This proposal is disapproved. We are on to 019.
Dylan's asked me to step in for him today.
Okay, Albert, you have your hand up.
I've got a hard stop at 2. I don't think I have an alternate. So just an FYI. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Albert. All right, Johnny, you have the floor.
Yeah, so this is an update to the original proposal that Dylan submitted a couple weeks ago. I had some conversations with some folks. There were some concerns around the original proposal. This came from language that was considered as a part of Title 24 in California. And I worked with Dylan to adapt it to Washington State Energy Code language, but there were some concerns around about the language I used, so I have made some edits. The red is what was changed from the original proposal. And the black is what's changed from the integrated draft. But this would require air conditioners in existing buildings that are altered. So basically, if the existing AC system were to break, it would put in a requirement that either a ducted, and this is for ducted air conditioners, not for window or ductless. If a ducted air conditioner were to break, then a ducted heat pump would be put in place that's sized either to the greater of either the existing capacity of the existing air conditioner or the design cooling load, so not the heating load. So some folks call this heat pump primary, is the name for it. So it's a primary heating load would be, our primary heating load would be a heat pump, and then the rest of it could be made up with the existing heating system, which could be gas or could be electric resistance. And then if it allows for an option for an existing air conditioner to be still installed, and then there's some requirements for an existing air conditioner, such as doing duct system leakage or to air seal the attic or to added insulation to vented attics. I know that some folks, and there's different requirements based on whether or not you're completely replacing your duct system or not. I know some folks have reached out to me with some concerns, so I wouldn't be surprised if this goes to a working group, but I would encourage people to consider putting into a working group. Thank you.
Thanks, Johnny. Go ahead, Greg.
So, to my knowledge, in cooling mode only, a dedicated AC unit is more efficient than a heat pump. And so what I'm wondering is, was there any consideration for situations where people don't need the heat, they just want the cooling only, and now you've required them to have a less efficient unit? Is there any consideration to that?
That's an interesting point. No, I don't think that. Yeah, this is assuming that the home is both heating and cooling. So, would accept a discussion in the working group or here around buildings that don't have heating.
Where would the building be? Where would a building be in Washington that didn't have heating load?
Yeah, I was trying to imagine a building, a home with no heating in it. I guess if you have a wood stove, and that's your source of heating, maybe that would be it. There's probably some of those in the state. If this goes to a work group, we could do that pretty quickly. Let's take a few comments on it. Go ahead, Gary.
Yeah, thanks. Kind of reviewing this in detail for the first time, but it looks like to me that if the air conditioner breaks or is to be replaced, number one option is simply replace with a heat pump properly sized. But the alternative is, if you want to replace the air conditioner, then you need to test ducts, seal ducts, seal the attic, add insulation. There's just a whole ton of requirements if you just want to replace the air conditioner, adding a whole ton of extra cost if you just want to do that. And the question I guess I ask is, why not require those things regardless of whether you're installing a heat pump or another air conditioner? It would certainly seem to be more important for heating a lot of these requirements than it is for cooling. So the question is, why not provide the options, but require all of these other improvements for both options? Thanks.
Go ahead, Johnny, if you want.
Yeah, I mean, this language was, developed through the California IOUs, and they were looking at it, and this is what they put together as a different alternatives for the air conditioning system, and this is what they found to be a 1-to-1 energy equivalent for climate zones 1 and 16, which is most similar to California, which is why I moved towards language like this.
If I might respond through the chair.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah. California heavily influenced by cooling load, air conditioning load. We're much more of a heating load up here up north. Again, begs the question, especially in a heating dominated climate, why not require all those things if you're going to be doing these upgrades? Thanks.
Sorry, and just to respond. So yeah, California climate zones 1 and 16 are most similar to 4C and 5B, which is where the cost came from. But yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, all right.
Thanks, Gary. Larry.
I think you gotta be kidding me. I mean, we got people that I go out and their air conditioner is shot, our crew went out there and it's shot. Now I'm gonna go replace it. And I'm gonna have to get an insulating contractor out there to come out and re-insulate the whole place. I mean, come on, you gotta be kidding me. This is just unbelievable. I mean, maybe what we can do is go up there and look at it and say, yeah, we would recommend this, But to mandate this is ridiculous. You're gonna have people just go find someone that's gonna do it and then be done with it, you know? Because they probably don't have the money. Thanks.
Thanks, Jerry. Go ahead, Albert.
Well, I think there's a lot here and it might benefit by time in a work group. I do want to say to the prior comment about why not treat the ducts as you move into heating. You know, I'm kind of sensitive also to Larry's comment that it might be a reduced cost pathway. And part of the benefit of not having that requirement is while we don't really get the performance off of the duct system, the assumption is maybe we pick up part of the heat load by heat pump. So there could be some implied benefit. I'd like to make a motion that this go to work group.
Yep.
Prior to me having to sign off.
Yep, thanks. Okay, we have a motion to send this to a work group. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to send this to a work group. I'm going to ask who would want to be on a work group if we approve this motion. Just unmute and say your name.
Albert will have to, since he's making the motion.
Yep.
I'll be on it.
Anybody else?
Who was that last person?
Johnny.
Oh, thank you, Johnny.
You can add me to it.
Dwayne, can I volunteer you to be on it?
I may or may not be able to make meetings, but I'll be happy to review proposals and give you as hard a time as I've been giving you this week.
Okay. We have a motion to send this to a work group to essentially postpone it. Any final comments before we vote on the sending it to a work group by postponing it? Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the work group will really change the fundamental cost that this is increasing. It's looking like this could potentially at like a minimum have a 30-year, 31-year simple payback period. And I feel like for additions or alterations, you're already in the credit tables. There's plenty of benefit to putting in a heat pump, if that makes sense. You're going to get a lot of credits for that. So I don't know if this will be that cost effective, or if it will be worth that long of a simple payback period. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. Go ahead, Ian.
Oh, yeah, I would be voting no on the tabling or the work group. I want to head in to vote for disapproval. This is just too onerous.
Okay, thanks, Ann. Go ahead, Ian.
Yeah, hi, thanks. I just wanted to, kind of echo disapproval for this particular proposal. Kind of starting with the economic analysis, the proponent says it could add an extra $2,300 to the installation. And I just want to identify again here, we're in chapter 5, we're talking replacement. Usually this is an unexpected expense for a homeowner, and adding an extra $2,300, on an unexpected expense is a big deal. And again, as Patrick pointed out, this is a 30-year study. I'm seeing a 50-year study period. And over that time frame, only if you consider social cost of carbon, does it start to be a break-even point. And then there's just issues with it, again, being a replacement type proposal.
Yep.
It wants you to.
I do, the motion is currently to table. So if you're against the proposal, say it, you said that. And then if you have comments for the work group, make them. Otherwise we'll vote to table. And if the voting to table doesn't work and or doesn't get approved, then a motion to disapprove, which is probably where you were going, would be perfectly in order and could be done. So trying to keep comments pithy here. Shane.
I'll also be against the work group, and I'd rather see us just vote, and I'd vote for disapproval. This runs counter to the function of existing building provisions, where just in general, you should be making it no less compliant than what it was, but whatever you're actually doing, you meet the provisions for efficiency of equipment, for itself, but not to force it to be more than what that baseline is. So it just doesn't, this doesn't make any sense.
Okay. Thanks, Shane. Okay, go ahead, Tom.
Just to clarify question, this, if I'm replacing my air conditioner, it was said that I am not required to insulate the house, seal the ducts, redesign the ducts, and just provide the use heat pump as a replacement. Is that correct?
Couldn't quite understand you, Tom. It was a little quiet. Can you repeat?
Sorry, is it correct that if I'm replacing my air conditioner, I'm just required to use the heat pump for the new unit rather than, but not required to
That's
insulate
correct.
the attic and seal the ducts and do all the
Yeah,
work?
so you either
Okay.
put it, it's a two pathway. Your air conditioner breaks, you either put in a heat pump or you put in an air conditioner and do a series of energy efficiency measures that reduce
Right.
the
Okay, so
load.
so you can do this one thing that's relatively inexpensive, or you can do a lot more and keep. I get it. Okay.
More or
thank
less.
you.
Thanks, Tom. Go ahead, Larry.
You got to remember, replacing the air conditioner to begin with probably took you from an 8 SEER or 7 SEER unit and up to a 13 or 16 SEER unit. So just by replacing that unit alone, you're gaining a lot of efficiency, let alone having to do all this other stuff. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Okay, we are going to vote on this. The motion is to table this or postpone it, and have a work group, and we already have 4 volunteers for the work group. So, all in favor, all in favor of tabling, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no.
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 Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. Roll call vote. A yes vote is to table it. A no vote is to do something else.
Julie Blazik,
Yes.
Nate Geller,
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Don't be
Dwayne,
shy.
are you there?
Don't be shy, Dwayne.
Sorry. Yes. I'm voting for yes for postponing.
Jonah Kinchie,
Yes.
Albert Rooks,
Yes to the table.
John Lang,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Irina Respetness,
Yes.
Elizabeth Torsky,
No.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews,
No.
Ann Anderson,
No.
Tom Balderston,
Yes.
Shane Nillis,
No.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
Abstain.
Deepa Savarjan.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-5 with 1 abstention.
Okay.
Thank you. Could you guys name the working group people again?
The people I have are Albert, Johnny, Greg, Johnson, Dwayne. Is that
Thank
what
you.
you have?
Thank you.
And speaking of Greg Johnson, Proposal 007 is coming right up.
Yeah, hopefully this is a quick one. I don't see on the screen yet. Okay, there it is. So this is the identical language to the commercial tag modified proposal with the update of the section number being updated to residential instead of commercial. So exact language that the commercial energy code approved. Essentially what this is it just adds an appendix to the code. Doesn't change any of the requirements in the code. And it just basically says when we do calculations for assigning credit values in R406, we're going to have a supporting calculations. Now in the appendix, we don't have to have pages and pages and pages. It could just be a link to a location on SBCC's website where they have the calculations. And the intent is just to have the raw calculation files, not necessarily some fancy looking report. We just want to know what were the assumptions, what were the calculation results, and what was and then having the raw data files. So if it's Energy Plus models or if it's Excel calculations, just having all that stuff noted. So you just basically have like a bolted list and reference to where the calculations were. And it exempts credit requirements that are pulled from national codes and standards, assuming that those typically already have calculations provided. So we don't need to create more work. We don't need to recalculate things. Also, not asking for, if we have existing credit values that aren't changing, I'm not asking for us to do that. Just asking for when we have the new calculations added, we just have this thing. And this has arisen basically out of the situation that I don't have, I can't get access to all the calculations, or when I ask for calculations, I can't get it. And so this would add transparency, because now going forward, as we make changes, we would have, and it would also simplify things. Like when people do code proposals, hopefully they would pull up the calculations, and if they want to do an update, they could update the models and resubmit them. Hopefully that would increase our transparency and our efficiency as a group. And also this is just based on the principle of peer review is key for engineering. And so basically trying to extend that principle in the codes. And I can tell you that ASHRAE 90.1, P&L will post models, and they have models for ASHRAE 91.1. They do the same thing in an appendix. So this is already a precedent that's there for a lot of other codes. So.
Thanks, Greg. I'm going to note that we do not know if any entity is going to do modeling to support R406 this cycle.
That's fine. I mean, if we make the appendix, and even if we don't do any updates, that's fine. We have it there, and whatever modeling we do for, like when we make changes to things, then we have to post the calculations and what's based off of. So if we're not changing the values that we have, then you wouldn't have, I mean, we're not going to require the modeling, but if you want to change the values, then we do have to provide backing on why we changed it.
Okay. And it also leaves to some extent open what kinds of calculations and the level of detail and all that, which I think is a good approach.
Yeah, it's not trying to be overly prescriptive or onerous. It's supposed to just be, you know what I mean, having people have the ability to review the calculations. And I mean, if you end up finding mid-code cycle there's a major error, well, it gives someone an opportunity to send it to the council and say, oh, should we fix this now off cycle, or should we wait until the next code cycle and fix it then, or something?
Thanks, Greg. Dwayne.
Yeah, I'm going to be proposing that this be disapproved, and the reason is that this does not belong in the energy code. This is a state building code council type regulation that I would suggest the proponents bring to the building code council, but not have in the code, which is about how we design and build buildings. So motion to disapprove.
Thanks, Dwayne. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thanks, Nate. Shane.
Dwayne's persuasive. But I think I still want to say that I like this from the standpoint of transparency. And with the statement about how future things can build off of this, I would suggest that, because it's discussed, that if it's ones that were being created now or going forward, that we should have that. You might need to, change the language to recognize it's starting on, with the 2024 edition. But I'm for the concept.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Shane. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, speaking against the motion, I think it'd be good to match what the commercial code is doing. I think this is very reasonable, and right now for this cycle, we might know exactly where to pull up these documents, but like for example, the 2021, you have to go back and find the right meeting and the right agenda to try to find some of the stuff, and it's just easier if we just make it easy for people to find, and not everybody goes to the website. A lot of code users just rely on what's in the code, so I think this is a very reasonable thing to include. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. Go ahead, Anne.
Yes, I too will speak against the motion. As an engineer, this makes total sense. And as we talk about changing these credit values, we need this information in front of us. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, go ahead, Elizabeth.
Yeah, thank you. I would speak against this motion for disapproval. I think it's very valuable to document as much as possible what we were doing as a body so that we can understand how the code was formed, and especially helpful when you are making future proposals. I do have one concern about references being hyperlinked, just because the State Building Code Council won't have control over external websites. I think there is a risk if things aren't provided in a PDF, something that's a little more time protected. I would hate to have a hyperlink be broken and then this whole proposal would be moot. Thanks.
Thanks. Greg.
Well, first off, just to note that the intent would be that the documents would be housed on SBCC's website, so any hyperlink wouldn't be external source. But aside from that, I should note that on the commercial code, been working with P&L quite a bit because they're doing the modeling and for the commercial code and redoing all the credits. And initially, I mean, their initial reaction was, oh, do we have to do all this report? But once they found out, oh, just posting the models and stuff, P&L, Mike Rosenberg at P&L even noted that, oh, they already do it for ASHRAE 90.1, so it's not a big deal. It's just posting. And then there's a note, we had an earlier conversation today about I couldn't get the models and trying to get it from Ecotope, and then Chell referenced a link, and I followed that link, and there shows to be some screenshots of some results, but there's no raw files, and I can't check the math on the raw files to see if it's actually accurate or not. I couldn't, if I was going to write a new code proposal, I couldn't take the basis. There's no raw files for me to use. So and if that was buried, one is I couldn't even find it, but even if I could find it, it's still not usable state. So I mean, this would just allow us to more easily support and modify our code. I mean, it's always a lot of effort, and it'd be a lot easier if we could actually grab the files and edit as we go.
Thanks, Greg. And I didn't interpret what P&L said is that they're going to just dump their files somewhere. Is that how you saw it, Greg?
They said they'd provide the files to SBCC to be posted, similar to what they do with ASHRAE 90.1.
So it'd be like an Energy Plus file or something?
Probably, yeah, Energy Plus file. They might have some spreadsheets to go with it. But yeah, they were going to provide that just like they do with ASHRAE 90.1.
Okay, thanks. Larry.
I would support Greg's proposal. I think it's immensely important to have all this documentation to provide what has happened and what can happen and how we got there. All that information is so valuable. I can't believe we don't already have it. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Dwayne.
Yeah, I think that this information would be highly valuable, but it could also be incredibly voluminous if somebody literally takes this and says, okay, and posts all this to this page. You could have a vast number of pages, and it is once again outside of what the code itself does. So putting it here is the wrong place. Putting it somewhere else at SBCC where we can all reach it would be terrific.
Yeah, I'll also say that whether we vote to approve this or not approve it or whatever, this is an intent, but it's not a binding requirement. I guess the council could make it a binding requirement. Yeah, I wanted to add that. Okay, so the motion on the table is to disapprove this. So we're in the world of disapproval. So a yes vote is to disapprove this. A no vote is to do something other than disapprove it. So let's do a roll call.
Julie Blazik,
Yes.
Nate Geller,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
John Akinci,
Yes.
Albert Rooks,
I think he's gone.
I try to quit it too. John Lang,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Irina Respetness,
Yes.
Elizabeth Torsky,
No.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews,
No.
Ann Anderson,
No.
Tom Balderston,
No.
Shane Nillis,
No.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
No.
Deepa Savarajan.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-6.
Okay, motion carries 10-6. We have exactly one proposal left on the agenda today. Patrick, you get the honors.
Thank you. Well, I'm not going to say I think this is going to be an easy proposal because apparently the last one wasn't. This one came once again. We held a town hall with BIW members, getting their feedback on the current energy code, on the integrated draft. And one common issue they brought up is they didn't like it when they're working in the residential code and it points them to go to the commercial code, and then they have to get another code book to open up to figure out what the requirement is or what the values are. Now that's an issue they brought up. There's not necessarily an easy solution for that. There's a lot of areas where the commercial code is referenced, and I think there's reasons for doing that. But this is an area where the commercial code, they had a proposal this cycle to tie it to the ASHRAE 90.1 Appendix A. And then I saw the IECC, I think, does that as well. And then it adds in that people can calculate their own consistent with the ASHRAE Handbook of Fundamentals. So I just included those 3 different things as options, so that builders can use what is easiest or best for them. But I didn't want to have to pull. All right, I thought there'd be opposition to trying to pull in Appendix CA from the commercial code and just copy that into the residential code, which it would make it so that builders can just use the residential code when going through it. But I do understand that would, increase staff work and other costs and things. So if there's questions or concerns, happy to hear them and talk about this. But thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. I didn't quite understand what you said about increasing staff work, or what was that?
Well, if the intent was to have an Appendix CA and Appendix RA be the same, and if there's ever a change, well, the first time you'd have to copy over all of the appendix into the residential code. But then if there was ever a change to one, we'd have to make sure to mimic it in the other. So it just kind of ended up creating duplicate work.
Okay, I guess there's one proposal that anticipates a change potentially in Appendix A. There was one that we considered about mass timber, I think. But I think that was the only proposal to modify that.
Yeah. But then I feel like it's more common to tie to ASHRAE or ANSI, and that's not maintained by the SBCC, so it seems pretty reasonable to include that as an option.
Yep. And then the below grade walls, is that defined in the appendices? Is that why it's stricken from this proposal? The below grade walls assumptions.
I'm trying to recall. I don't think I saw it I'd have to double check. I don't think I saw it I was trying to make it match the commercial code and the model code, but I can try to double check if that's in there.
Okay, yeah, I was just wondering if we lose something by striking that note.
The intent was not to lose anything.
Okay, thanks, Patrick. Go ahead, Dwayne.
So once again, I'm going to speak against this one. It seems to move the U factor table references into the component performance section. So I think implying that those table values can only be used for component performance. And it seems to have gotten around having a reference to our own tables at all. It allows calculated U factors from the ASHRAE handbook, whereas the current code only allows such calculations for assemblies that are not shown in the tables. So it allows for some shopping in case there's differences between the two, makes it a little more complicated for building officials. And I don't see any advantages to making this change. So motion to disapprove.
Okay, we have a motion to disapprove. Is there a second?
This is Greg. I'll second that.
Thanks, Greg. Larry.
I was just trying to figure out what the F factors are. I'm not aware of what the F factors are. Are these R factors, or is there such a thing as an F factor?
Larry, it's kind of like a U factor, except it's just for slab edges because they have a different mode of getting calculated.
Oh, in my ACA book, it's all the same. So, okay, thanks.
Dwayne? Your hand is still up.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Okay, go ahead, Ann.
Yeah, not a lot. This will do a lot of good, but I'm going to be against Dwayne's motion for disapproval. I think this is important. It provides a lot more flexibility for us doing these energy calcs.
And could I just ask you to explain, like, what is the advantage you're going to get here?
Having more references to use.
And those references, so I guess my understanding is Appendix A, ASHRAE 90.1 Appendix A is are Appendix A, right?
We've made it that way, yes.
No,
And then
no, ASHRAE Appendix A is not our Appendix A. Our Appendix A is some ASHRAE, some other, and it's all over the place. And I'd also like to point out that this group also adopted the appendix chapters to the residential energy code with these values as well that are not noted in this. So then you can't use appendix RF out of the residential code. So
we adopted, I thought, Appendix A for the commercial code.
we allowed the use of ASHRAE Appendix A as well as Appendix CA in the commercial code. In the residential code, there was a vote to accept the new residential appendix RF in lieu of appendix CA.
Is that from the IECC?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Go ahead, Tom.
I guess it doesn't seem, it seems like the intent of this is to make it simpler for modelers or calculators to find the right appendix. But it also does seem to have, is to create more options for using either ASHRAE or Russian code or calculating your own. And as long as it's done properly, I don't see a problem with calculating your own. Although I would wonder that, I mean, code officials may or may not be able to catch the if anybody's gaming those calcs. It might be harder to catch those. Is the intent of this to change any particular U values or say any of them, or is it really just to make it simpler to find them? That's my question.
My intent was mainly just to align with that commercial proposal that was approved, and then I was just trying to clean up the code language. The 402.16 seemed unnecessary with that, so I was trying to include the handbook of fundamentals reference into that. But if there's a unintended consequence of that, I'm happy to tweak the language. And if we need to factor in a residential appendix, happy to tweak that too.
The other issue that Dwayne brought up was this puts all the references under component performance. How does that impact projects that are not using component performance?
Do you mean like R405?
No, projects that are
or just the prescriptive, I guess they're using R values.
Yeah, prescriptive not using U values. But maybe it should be referenced in the energy modeling section.
That's not correct. Prescriptive has the choice between R values and U values. And if you have an unusual assembly, it won't be just a straight R value thing. So that's why we've had that paragraph broken out separately from the component performance, because it's used for everything, not just component performance.
I'm happy to strike to unstrike the stricken part and just include a reference to ASHRAE 90.1 Appendix A in both.
I'm trying to think through all the ramifications of it I did not recall that we had adopted Appendix RF, but now that I'm looking at the integrated draft, it's in there. And
is Appendix RF different from Appendix CA?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it doesn't have all of the tables. And on some of them, it does provide more assembly types and additional U values. But there are some components missing.
Thank you, Krista. You are always a wealth of knowledge. Okay, well, I see no more hands up. We do have a motion to disapprove. We've had other comments about different tables and things. Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, Kevin with Nia. Yeah, it would be interesting to be able to look across these different sources of values and understand what we were getting out of this. Something similar to that happened on the commercial side. But putting that aside, I think and some of the other issues that folks have raised, just the having the language this way allows you to, as I read it, sort of pick one value from here, one value from there. The current language says very clearly you got to pick them from a certain place unless they're not available at all, and then it gives you recourse for that. Adding multiple resources here gives the opportunity to be picking the most favorable from what might be now like 3 different sources. And so, similar to how the commercial code says you've got to apply by IECC or 90.1, but you can't mix and match both. I think we should be using a similar approach here and accepting only situations where like a value is not available for folks to be going to a second source. Thanks.
Thanks. And I was just confirming with the integrated draft that the U factor prescriptive, not component performance, but the U factor prescriptive requires U factors from Appendix CA unless they're not represented. Then you can use other sources. So it is clear that there's one source unless that source does not have your assembly in it. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we're allowing in the commercial code for them to pick either Appendix ASHRAE 90.1 Appendix A or Appendix CA, I think it'd be fair to let residential do the same. And I can double check in the language to make sure that we're not creating some sort of loophole that the commercial doesn't have. That wasn't the intent, but just trying to include in that same option that commercial is going to have.
Okay. Krista, is the Appendix CA the same as RF, or are they 2 different ones?
They are very different. Their ceilings and floors is not in Appendix RF. What else was not there?
So right now, Appendix RF is only mentioned.
Yeah, that's because we did it at the very end, and I don't think I went back and corrected all the references.
Okay, so I guess wherever we say CA, should we also say RF, or
in lieu of?
Use RF first.
RF first, and then if values are not available, then go elsewhere.
Okay.
That is what it was the original intent, but it looks like I didn't get that done.
Okay, is that something that is reasonable for you to do, or do we need a code proposal that does something like that?
I think that's easy enough to do. That was me falling down on the job.
You stand up so much that it's not unexpected that the occasional thing happens.
But it does depend on the disposition of this proposal too.
Yeah. Okay, lots of good information. We have a motion to disapprove the proposal. That's on the table. If we don't disapprove the proposal, we will do something else with the proposal. So the motion is to disapprove. So a yes vote is to disapprove. Let's do a roll call.
Julie Blazik.
Yes.
Sorry. My computer went an odd direction. Nathan Geller.
Abstain.
Dwayne Johnlin.
Yes.
Jonah Kinchy.
Yes.
John Lang.
Abstain.
Greg Davenport.
Yes.
Irina Respetness.
Yes.
Elizabeth Torsky.
No.
Poppy Storm.
Yes.
Larry Andrews.
No.
Ann Anderson.
No.
Tom Balderston.
Yes.
Shane Nillis.
No.
Luke Howard.
Yes.
Greg Johnson.
No.
Deepa Savarajan.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 9-5 with 2 abstentions.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you, everybody. That was the last proposal of the day. You put in a huge amount of effort today, and I will see you again next week at 10 a.m. Larry. Larry, go ahead. You raised your hand.
I think the last time we proposed that the air-to-air heat exchanger got approved. And with that, I believe with all the other credits available, I believe that we have met the 70% reduction. And I will hopefully have documentation for it in the next, not this next cycle, but the next time after that. So from my calculations, we have met the 70% reduction goal. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Be great to see. All right, Julie.
Yeah, sorry. Krista, will the next invite be going out? Seems like I've still got the Teams one on my calendar. I just want to make sure I have the right one moving forward.
Yeah, I must not have caught it when it tried to send out the duplicates. I don't know why my system now, whenever I create a Zoom meeting, tries to create a matching Teams meeting as well. But they should all be on Zoom, and as soon as we can get a agenda hammered out, it'll get sent out with the invite.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
The agenda will be basically every other proposal that we haven't considered, except for the one that we delayed until the 11th of July. So all the other proposals will be on the agenda for next meeting. Go ahead, Patrick.
Did you say the meeting was at 10 a.m.?
It's at 10 a.m. Yes, I have a conflict until 10 a.m. or until 9:30. All right, we are adjourned. Thank you very much. Have an awesome weekend, everybody.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Joe.
Thanks, Chuck. Thanks, Krista.